interesting session on MS Excel. So in this session, you'll get a complete overview of Advanced MS Excel 2016. So we'll start this session by understanding custom and conditional formatting, and then we'll go through advanced functions and formulas. Once you understand these two topics, we'll go through advanced data tools and data analysis, and finally end this session with introduction to macros. So today we have a special guest, Trisha, who's going to take this session forward. So over to you, Trisha.
Hi, my name is Trisha Jagtiani, and we are going to do the advanced module for 2016 Excel version. So what's new in 2016? New charts like waterfall, Pareto, whiskers, features like tell me, smart lookup, enhanced pivot table where you have multi-selection options for slicers, search functions and a pivot field list, and many more such functions have been added to 2016 Excel. So let's start with the important for MS Excel. The first is the sum function. Then enter the equal to sign followed by the function name and the open brackets. So let's see in our example. Let's say I need a total salary paid to all the employees in the organization. So I have the employee list and their salary detail. So how do I start is I need this information in cell J2. So to get started, I will have to enter an equal to sign in cell J2 followed by the sum function and then open the parenthesis or the bracket. Next, we'll enter the range which we need to total. In our case, it is a salary column, which is H to H. So I select the H to H column, close the bracket and press enter. It gives me the total salary paid by the organization to all its employees, which is 15,53,825 rupees. You must have noticed that I selected the full column H and not just the range 1 to H101. Why did I do that? I did this in order to make our range dynamic. Because if in future there is any addition to the employee data, the sum function will automatically incorporate the new data entered. Say we have a new employee, all right? So I enter the name of the employee here and I enter the employee salary just for our example as 50,000 rupees. Once I enter the employee salary in the new column, what happens is you will see that the total salary that we had calculated in column J2 has automatically changed and it is now adding that 50,000 rupees that we have added to the new column. Let's understand an important concept in Excel which you need to remember before I get to the next formula. For any formula or function to work, we need to ensure that we provide correct input to Excel in order for it to provide you an output. Having said that, there are only 4 things that an Excel will understand. Now, what are those 4 things that Excel understands? They are its inbuilt function or formulas, which are the sum, average, min, max. The another one is the numbers like 1, 2, 3, 12 to 1000 that is showing on the screen. Third one is the true or false. And the fourth one is its cell references. When I say cell references, what does that mean? The references that we give to the cell in order to get any output of an answer like this one, this cell references. Or when I was doing the sum function also, I gave that H to H as my cell reference. Other than the above, all the data need to be entered in the double quotes. So when I say all the data to be entered in the double quotes, if I want to give any information to Excel other than these 4 things which I have mentioned here, I will have to put it in the double quotes like this. Anything that I'm putting other than the build function numbers, true or false or cell references, I'll put something like this. So we will explore this in detail in the next function, which is the SUMIF function. The SUMIF function sums a range based on the single condition or the criteria. So let's explore the function with the example on my sheet. In order to start with this function, first we need to understand the term syntax. To understand any function for that matter, we will have to understand what is syntax. Every function in Excel has a syntax. Syntax plays a pivotal role in using a function. As soon as you type equal to sign followed by a function name and open the bracket after the function name, it will give you a list of arguments, which are these arguments, or it can also be called as an input that Excel requires in order for it to give you an output. So if you see when I open the SUMIF function, for the SUMIF function, the inputs required are range, criteria, and the sum range. Now taking the same example as used for the sum function, let's say we need to find the total salaries paid to the employees in the South region. So if you can see our list, we have this list of employees. I just need to find all the people working in the South region. So the column that carries the South region is column E. That is required by the SUMIF function is the range. So let's start with the Fermi function. The range that I have to enter here is the criteria range. What does the criteria range means? The range where your criteria sits. That is in column E. So I will select column E to E. Now again, if you see, I'm selecting the whole column because in future, if there is a addition to the data, addition to the employee list, it will automatically catch here as well. First range that I selected is the employee range. Next one is the criteria. Where is the criteria that we are looking for, which is the South region, correct? So I'll enter South as my criteria. If you have noticed, I entered the South in the double quotes. Looking at the previous example or looking at the previous data that I told you, it's inbuilt formulas, functions or numbers, true or false, it's cell references. The criteria that we have, which is the South, does not fulfill any of these four conditions, and hence I will have to put it in the inverted commas or the quotes. Once I do that, the next thing that I have to enter is the sum range. Now, what is the sum range? The first thing that you selected was the criteria range because your criteria sits in that. Next was the criteria because the criteria is your South. Third one is the sum range because you're not going to sum the region, but you're trying to get the total salaries paid to the employees in the South region. We will have to select the sum range as salary, which is our H to H column. Close the bracket and press enter. Now what do we get here is the total salaries paid to the employees in the South region. This is only one answer that I require for the whole list, and that's the reason I have put it in this column. Let's look at another example for the same SUMIF function. We need a total salary of the employees whose salary is more than 15,000 rupees. So earlier it was like we were looking for total salary of the employees in the South region, and that's the reason the answer was 3,36,000 rupees. However, this time we are looking for the total salaries paid to the employees whose salary is more than 15,000 rupees. How do I do that? By again using the SUMIF function. Like I said, the SUMIF function actually looks at the criteria and gives you the total of that data. Now, if you would have noticed, when I start with any formula, every formula will give a syntax, like I mentioned earlier. If I open the SUMIF function, the first one is the range, the second one is the criteria, and the sum range. In the range and the criteria, there is no bracket, or it's just simply written range and the criteria. But if you see the last requirement or the last argument, it says sum range, which is in the square bracket. So you have to remember one thing, the square bracket means it is optional. When I say optional, what does that mean? That input that you're giving to Excel is not required to be given in case of an optional information. So in this example, you can give range, you can give criteria. And if you don't give a sum range, Excel will consider the criteria range as your sum range. So the sum range becomes an optional requirement. In our case, the first case, we had to give the sum range because we were giving region as our criteria range and it does not have a numeric value. The sum can only be done in a numeric values. Hence, we had to give a sum range, which was our salary. But in our second example, where we need a total salary of the employees earning more than 15,000, there I will not give the sum range. So the first requirement, which is our criteria range, which is the column H to H, because that's where the salary is. Now, what is our requirement as a criteria? Our requirement as a criteria is more than 15,000. Again, it's not only a number, it is not its function, it is not true or false, or it is not a cell reference. So we will have to put it in the double quotes. When I put double quotes, I put a more than sign, 15,000 rupees, which is the criteria. Close the double quotes. And this time, like I said, I'm not going to give the sum range, and Excel will consider criteria range, which is the first range by default, as the sum range. When I press an enter, it will give me the total salaries earned by employees earning salary more than 15,000 rupees. Hope this clarifies how to use the SUMIF function. Just to summarize, SUMIF function will give you the total of any cell reference or cell range where a criteria is met. Okay. Let's see what is the next formula or function that we have on our list, which is the SUMIF function. What is a SUMIF's function? Again, just like the sum function, SUMIF's function is the function to sum cells that meet multiple criteria. So, like I said, in the SUMIF function, we only had one criteria, wherein I was looking in the first example, I was looking at all the total salaries earned by the employees in the South region. However, in this case, I am looking at multiple criteria. So we are looking at the second example here. Find the total salaries paid to the employees in the sales department in South region earning salaries more than 10,000 rupees. So now if we see here, we have three criterias. Let's go back to our document where I can write down my three criterias. What is my three criterias? So let's look at the criteria 1. Let's put a small table so we can just put it down in that table. So to start with, I have criteria 1, criteria 2, and then the criteria 3. So let's look at what are those three criteria. The first one that we are looking at now is salaries paid to the employees in the sales department. So our first criteria becomes department as sales. Yeah. The second criteria that we have here is the south region. So the second criteria becomes region as south. And the third criteria that I have now here is salary is more than 10,000. So I just put the greater than sign. Okay, so that becomes our three criteria. As I have three criteria, sum if function will not work because sum if function is only used to get outputs for single criteria. So we will be using the sum ifs function. The input required for the sum ifs function are, the first thing that it requires is the sum range, which in our case is the salary. So why is this salary? Because we are looking at the total salary of the employees. So the first sum range becomes our salary. So it will total the salary. Next is the criteria range 1. First criteria is department as sales. And here the question that they are asking for, or the input that they are asking for, is criteria range 1. So if our criteria is sales as the first one, our range will be the place or the cells or the range of cells where the criteria sits. Where does our criteria sits? That's in the D department, which is the department. So I'll select D to D as my criteria range 1. We are going to put this in the double quotes. Now comes your criteria range 2. What is our criteria range 2? The criteria range 2 is our region. Where does the region sit? It is the E column. So I will select E to E as my criteria range 2. Then comes the criteria 2. When I say region as my criteria range, what is my criteria? Criteria is south. So I will have to enter that again in the inverted commas, south. These information that you're putting in the double quotes, they are not case sensitive. Even if you see sales here with S capital and all small, you can still put sales in all small letters. Okay, going back to our formula, once I have entered E to E as south, then comes the criteria range 3. Do we have a criteria range 3? Yes, we do. What is our criteria range 3? The criteria range 3 is salary. Why? Because our criteria 3 is salary more than 10,000 rupees. So I will select our criteria range 3 as salary, comma, what is my criteria 3? More than 10,000 rupees. So how will I put that? I will have to put that in the double quotes, more than 10,000. Close the double quotes, close our bracket, enter, you'll get the total salary as 55,825 rupees. This is the total salary paid to the employees in the sales department working for the South region, and if they are earning salary more than 10,000 rupees. Moving on to the next one, which is our count function. The count function, as the name suggests, provides the count of the cells containing numeric value. So going back to my sheet as an example, where I have the list of employees data, there is only one range that contains numeric value, which is the salary column. Hence, I'll perform the count function for the column H. How will I do that? To start with, I'll again have to start with an equal to sign followed by the function name, which is in our case count, and I will select the column H. Close the parenthesis or the bracket, press enter. It will give me an answer 101 because that's the total number of cells that contains the numeric value. Next comes our count A function. While count function counts the cells containing numeric data, count A function counts the number of cells containing numbers as well as text or characters. So when I say this, using our example, this time I will use region column to count the number of employees. Why do I do that? In the first example, we use the salary column because the count function will only count numbers. This time I'm going to use a region column in order to identify how many cells or how many employees are working in the organization. So to start with, again, I will do count A function. Count A function counts numbers as well as text or characters. Characters can be any character like double quotes, or a space can also be considered as a character. Count A function, this time I'll not take salary. It will count the numbers, but we want to show you how it works with the alphabets as well. So I go back to my region column, I close the bracket, enter. It shows me 102 as an answer. Why does it show me 102 while the first one showed me 101? The reason being, count will only count the number of cells containing numbers. In this case, our number of cells that contain numbers is 101. However, if I'm looking at the region column, it also has the heading named as region. So that is the text. So if I start with region and go till the end, it is the total number of cells that contains the characters is 102. So in this case, how do you avoid getting a wrong answer? It's not a wrong answer. It's just that in case if somebody are asking you to get the total employees working in the organization, you will use the count a function because you don't have any numeric value. In that case, we will still use the count a function, get the information. After that, you know that the heading is also counted as in this function. So we will always get used to putting -1 at the end of the formula. So for example, count A, E to E, which is this column. Once you get an answer, you just do -1. This is just a trick to get your correct answer. It's nothing to do with the formula. Formula will count your first heading as well. There is another thing that I would want to show in the count a function is because I told you it will count the numbers as well as text or the character. In our example, we also have another data where we have numbers as well as alphanumeric character. So in this case, these are alphanumeric data is also considered as a text because it starts with an A, it has alphabets in it, so it is considered as a text. And these are all numbers. So just to see whether a count a function works with the numbers and characters, we will do a count a function again and open the parenthesis. This time we will use the employee code as our count range, which is A to A. Close the bracket, press enter. Again, it will give me 102. Why? Again, the same reason, because it is taking the heading also in the count. So again, we'll just have to do a -1 to get the correct answer. So just remember this, why we are going to do the -1 is when the count a function also counts the heading, and we don't want that heading to be counted. We will use -1 to get your answer. Moving to the next one, which is the count if function. Count if function counts the number of cells in the cell range that meet a particular condition. Unlike count function, countif can be used to count cells with dates, numbers, and text that matches specific criteria. So like we learned sum function and the sumif function, same is the count and the countif function. So the countif function counts all the cells which contains numbers and the characters or the text. The countif function counts numbers, characters, text, everything only if a particular condition is met. So going back to our example, in our example of employee data, we have to identify number of employees working in the admin department. So here is the admin department. Excel needs two inputs for the countif function as per the syntax. So let's look at that. So how do I start as countif function? These are the two syntaxes that it gives. The first syntax is the range. Again, like the sumif function, the first range is the criteria range. In this case, there is no such thing as count range. Like in sum if function, we had sum range. In count if function, we don't have a count range. Why? Because it can count numbers, text, and characters. So the first one is our count range. What is our condition here? Our condition is that the department should be admin. So my first criteria range will be department. And what will be my criteria? The criteria will be admin. So I'll put admin. Again, as I told you earlier, these are not case sensitive. So you can put admin in small letters and double quotes. Close the bracket, enter. The total employees working in the admin department are 11. Okay. Just to cross verify, we go and do a filter, identify how many employees are there in the admin department. I filter by admin. I select the whole data. Now only the admin department, if I select, it is showing me as 11. If I select the whole cell, it will give me that heading also and it's giving me 12. So rather than that, I'll only select this cells which has the data. So it is 11 in number. Moving on to the next function, which is a count ifs function. Like we learned the sum ifs function, we also have count ifs function. How does a countifs function work? As sumifs is used to sum a range that fulfills multiple conditions, countifs is used to count number of cell ranges that meets multiple conditions. For example, the question here is to identify number of employees working in marketing department earning salary more than 15,000 rupees. Now, there are two conditions that needs to be fulfilled in order to get the count. What are those two conditions? Insert a new table because we have a condition here. Okay, so our conditions are what? What is our criteria range and the criteria? Let's go back first and understand what is its syntax. So I open it, I get the first syntax as a criteria range 1 and the criteria 1. So let's put it that way, criteria 1 and criteria 2. We have only two criteria this time. We don't have more than that. So what is our first criteria? Our first criteria is that we want the employees working in the marketing department. So department as marketing. Now we are putting here as marketing. However, when you are entering the data in the formula, you will have to be careful that you cannot put marketing as a full spelling because the spelling in our cell or in our database is MKTG. Department as marketing, and what is our second condition? Salary more than 15,000 rupees. So I'll put it here as salary more than 15,000. So these are two conditions. Going back to our formula is equal to countifs. Open the bracket. What is our criteria range 1? First one is the department marketing. So I'll select department, which is D2D cell, comma, what is my criteria 1? It is marketing. Like I said, I cannot enter marketing as MARKETING because if I enter that, Excel will not be able to find this condition in the department. Nowhere is the spelling as MARKETING. So to avoid these kind of issues, you will have to check what is given on the database. So in our database, it is MKTG. I put that MKTG in double quotes. Go to the next one, which is criteria range 2. In our case, criteria range 2 is salary, which is the H2H column. So I select H2H, comma, then I give criteria 2, which is 15,000 rupees. So I'll have to put that in the double quotes as more than 15,000. Close the double quotes, close the parenthesis, enter key. It will give me the total number of employees working in the marketing department with salary more than 15,000 rupees as the result is 9. Moving on to the next function, which is the average function. Average function returns the average of arguments which can be numbers or names, arrays or references that contains numbers, which means average like count only gives the average of cells that contains numbers. Again, with the same example used for the sum, we will identify the average of the total salary paid to the employees in the organization. So the sum was 2,53,825. After adding that new salary information, we will also now look at what is the average salary paid to the employees. So to start with, we will start with an equal to sign, enter the average function name, open parenthesis, enter the salary data, which is in our case is H column, close the parenthesis and press enter. So our total salary or the average salary paid to the employees in the organization is 20,334 rupees or 35 as it is 0.90. Now, in this case, it will only count the numbers, but also there is another function known as the count A function. Like count A, Excel also has average A function, which will give an average of cells containing numbers as well as text or characters or both. How is the average calculated if no numbers are available? To calculate the average, Excel adds the numeric value of each value together and divides the total number of values specified. Average A evaluates true as 1 and false as 0. So when I say true as 1 and false as 0, that means if there is any data available in a cell, it will calculate that as 1. However, if there is no data available in a cell, it will calculate that as 0. So it will not add up and it will not divide it. So we have a very good example, which is the employee code data. If I'm just trying to get an average of this salary information, I will just get the same answer even if I do as average A. However, if I do average A with the employee data where I have the text as well as the numbers, it will calculate the numbers which I have with just add all the numbers plus where I have the text, it will take it as true. Each text will be taken as 1 and if there is any blank space, it will take that as 0. For example, from here it will take it as 0. So if I do average A, say I'm doing average A in the next column just below the average, open the parenthesis, I select A to A as the column, close the bracket and press enter. It will give me 6,345.87 as my average. Now for say example, if I delete one of the data, what happens is it changes from 6300 to 6400. If you see the difference, 6300 and 6400. Why does this happen is because as soon as I delete the data from here, this information is being considered as false. And so this becomes 0. So once it becomes 0, it automatically picks up as a 0 information. It doesn't calculate that. And it does not divide that number by the number of values. Okay, so what is the total that numbers that I have is 101. So it will divide that by 101. So that's how the average A function works. Next is our average if function. Just like average sum if and count if functions, average if returns the average of selected arguments specified by a given criteria. So in SUMIF, it will sum the data if the conditions are fulfilled. In COUNTIF, it will count the data if the conditions are fulfilled. Same in average if, it will average the total data if the condition is fulfilled. So let's go to our example. Here, in our example, it says find the average salary paid to the employees in the south region. So there is only one condition that I have this time. To start with an average if function or to understand its syntax, I'll put average if, open the bracket. It will give me three arguments. One is the range, second one is the criteria, and third one is the average range. If you remember SUMIF function, it is exactly the same as the SUMIF function, except in the last argument, it says average range, while in SUMIF, it said average sum. So that's the only difference that you see in the sum range and the average range. So to start with, the first range is our criteria range. What is our criteria here? Employees in the south region. Where does region sit? In the E to E column. Select E to E as our criteria range. What is the criteria that we are looking at? South. So we will put south in the double quotes, again comma, and then the average range. In this case, we are going to average the salary data because we are looking at the average salary paid to the employees in the south region. So I'll select H to H as my average range because I want to average the salary. Close the bracket, enter. It will give me the average of the salary of the employees in the south region. Okay. Moving on to the next function in our list is the round function. We will illustrate three functions to the round numbers in Excel. The functions are the round, round up, and round down. First, we will start with the round function. A round function will round the number to the number of decimal points specified in the formula. In our example, we have a number as 14.7261 and use the round function. I select the number I need to round. So I go to equal to round. I select the number that I want to round. Press the comma. If you see the syntax, it says the number and then it's asked me the number of digits. What is this number of digits? It is asking me how many decimal point do you want or how many decimal places do you want after the decimal point. So say for example, here in this case, there are 4 digits after the decimal point. I only want 2. So I enter 2 and close the parenthesis, enter. It will round up or it will round the number which is after the second decimal point. Just like in school we learned when there were more than 2 decimal points, if it is more than 5, we will add one number to the previous digit. Same thing the Excel does for here. In our case, if you see properly, if you see here 114 point, it says 7261. So 726. The 6 is more than 5, that 1 will be added to 2, which becomes 114.73. And the 6 1 is removed from the list. So the answer becomes 114.73. So this is how your round function works. Just for more examples, if I had put round function and this time I select this number, comma, I just do the number of digits. Say I want to do number of digits as 1. And close the bracket, enter. It will give me 7 only. Why? Because the second number, which is 2, is not either 5 or more than 5. That's the reason the 7 is left as 7. Okay. So this is showing as 114.7. This becomes a round function. The next one is the round up function. Round up function always rounds a number up away from 0. From our example, we want round a number up to 1 decimal point. We will input the formula in cell C2 is equal to round up. Again, select the number as A1, comma, I'll just put 1, close the parenthesis and give me. Now if you see properly, in our first instance, when I put only round function, is showing me as answer 114.7. Why? Because the next digit which we are talking about was the number 2. Now this number 2 is not more than 5. That's the reason it didn't add up in 7. However, roundup function, what it does is it will go away from the 0. When I say away from the 0, it will not leave it as 7. It will automatically add 1 to this number because there is some digit which is after the number. So it will automatically add 1 into the previous number and give you 114.8. Next we will learn is the round down function. The round down function always rounds a number down towards 0. So this is the other way around. For example, round a number down to the nearest integer. Let's see in our example, again with the same number 114.7261. Let's round down to a to 0 decimal points. So we say round down, open parenthesis, select the number that we want to round down, comma. This time we don't want any digits or any numbers after the decimal point. So I put 0. I press enter. I get the answer as 114. Now, if you remember again going back to our school days, in normal situation, we would have done it as 114.72 as 115. Okay. However, in this case, in round down, because it is going towards the 0, that means it will not add up this number to the previous one. It will remove all the decimal points. Just like if you see another example also, I will try the round down with the 2 decimal points rather, comma, 2, close the bracket, enter. See, even if in this case, what had happened was when I did 2 decimal points, because it was more than 5, it added one number to 2 and gave me 114.73. But if you see in this case, round down, even with the same 2 decimal points, it is not adding up the 6, even if it is more than 5. It is not adding up 1 into the previous digit, and it is giving me the same answer as 114.72. Yeah. So this is how your round down works. Now, moving on to the next one, which is the concatenate function. Concatenate function joins two texts together. Now, when I say join two texts together, that means it will join the text which are in two different cells. It will join them and get it into one cell. For example, if we have name and the surname in two different columns, say in our example, like we have here, name and surname in two different columns, we can get them in one cell using the concatenate function. Let's see the example on my sheet. To start with, I want to combine both this name and surname in this cell, which is the cell G, by using the concatenate function in such a way that the first name and the last name has a space in the middle. So let's see first, how do we start with the normal concatenate function and get the both name and surname in the same cell? Is equal to, I enter concatenate, open bracket. The syntax of the concatenate function is text1, comma, text2, comma, text3. You keep on doing that. The first cell that I'll select for the text1 is E2. Why do I do E2 is because the first name is in the E2 cell. So I select E2, then I do comma, then I have to select the second text which is sitting in F2. Once I select that, close the bracket, enter both this name and the surname in the same cell now. However, as I said earlier, I need the data in such a way that there has to be a space between name and the surname. How do I get that now? So as you are aware, if you go back this time, I'll delete this part again. I'll start with the function again. To start with the concatenate, open bracket, I select the first text which is E1. After comma, I will not select directly the text 2 which is the F2. I will have to put a space in the middle which will become my text 2. So earlier the text 2 was your surname. Because we want a space in the middle, space will be considered as text 2. So I will have to put in the double quote. Why? Because space is also a character which Excel does not understand. Excel only understands its inbuilt functions, numbers, true or false, or its cell references. In our case, they are none of them. So what we'll have to do is we'll have to put it in the quotes. So I go back to my sheet. I enter the space in the quotes. Now this becomes my text 2. What is my text 3? The last name. So I select last name. I close the bracket, press enter. If you see now, there is a space between the text 1 and the text 2, which is the name and the surname. Now, to copy this data to the rest of the cells, I can use my fill handle. What is a fill handle? If I keep my cursor on this cell, you'll see a small square here on the right hand side. Once I keep my cursor on that small square, there is a cross sign that appears. As soon as that cross sign appears, I just need to double click on that data for it to copy it to the rest of the cells. Now, when I double click on that data, it will only work on the cells if there is any data on the left or right of that cell. So if I had entered the same formula in some other cell, say for example here, enter. Now if I try to double click on this, it doesn't work. What do I do in that case? I'll have to drag that formula till the end where I need to stop. Because Excel will only understand if there is any data on the left hand side that it has to stop here, or it has to copy the same formula to the rest of the cells till there is a data in the previous cell or on the left hand side of that cell. So this is how you can do a concatenate function to get your information. Now, if you would have realized, the concatenate function is a very big. I'll tell you a small trick how you can use to avoid any spelling mistake when entering a function. Because if you do any spelling mistake, like this is what I did, I start with my formula, comma. First of all, it will not give you a syntax. And the second thing, once you press on enter, it will give you an error. So how to avoid that? There is a very simple way to do that. I first start with an equal to sign. I start entering concatenate, which is CONCA. As soon as I entered CONCA, or even the smallest of them, even if I try with C, all the functions that starts with C will appear here. But they are too big. So I will at least put CONC. It will come down to only two formulas. I will select the one that I want to use this time. Okay, double click on that. It will automatically open the parenthesis for you. Now you can select E1 or E2, whichever the first text is, then your space, and then the last name cell. This is how you can use any function for that matter. You can also do SUMIF with this. If I put sum, it will give me all the functions that is starting with sum. So I can use SUMIF function. It will automatically open the bracket for me. This is only easier way or a trick to actually ensure that you don't miss out on opening the bracket or you don't make any spelling mistake when entering a function. Also, the another way to do this is if I enter concat, say conca, it will give me that option. I select the data that I want. Rather than double clicking on it, I will press on tab. It will automatically open the bracket for me the similar way that we did in the previous example. So this is how your concatenate works. The next function on our list, which is the index function. The Microsoft Excel index function returns a value in a table based on the intersection of rows and the columns. So supposing you have a list of orders with their unit price, like in our example here, this is an order ID, unit price and quantity. We want to use the index formula. So here we have the unit price and the quantity. We want to use the index formula to look up for the quantity of oranges sold. Here is the example of how to do that. In cell where you want the result, let's start by typing the index function. So is equal to index, open the bracket. The first requirement for the index function is the array as per the syntax. Array is the table where you want to pick up the data from. So this is our table. What do I want is the quantity sold for the product oranges. I want the answer as 10. So let's start with how we can do that. The index function A1 to D7, that is my table, comma. This time I need the row number in the oranges. So which row number is oranges sitting under? Everybody knows what is row and the column. So this is my rows. So if I'm going back just to give you an example, these are called rows. These part of the cell where you see 1, 2, 3, this, and the rows are always numbered or referred to by 1, 2, 3 or the numbers. Okay. While your vertical part is called as your column, while the horizontal is called as your row. So vertical part, which is your column, is referred to by the alphabets A, B, C, D, E. So to start with an index function, again going to F2, I am entering index is equal to index, open the bracket, I select the array, which is my table, which is A1 to D7. Now I have to provide the row from where we need to derive the result. In our case, it is 3. Why? Because we are looking for oranges. Oranges are sitting in the third row. How? This is one row, this is second row, this is the third row. This is according to your table. So I put 3 as my row number. Now I have to type the column number because now I've got this row I have to derive data from, but Excel wants to know which column do I give data from. So I'll have to tell Excel that I want quantity, and quantity is sitting in which column? 1, 2, 3 and fourth column. So I enter 4. Once I close the bracket and press enter, I'll get the result as 10, which is the quantity of oranges sold. This is how your index function works. Moving on to something similar function which is called as your offset function. Like in the index function, it will tell you which row and column you have to work on. On the offset function, it is similar to which row and column. However, we will see the difference between the index and the row and the offset function. What does your offset function do? Offset function returns a reference to a range that is a given number of rows and column from a given reference. For example, I am giving a reference to a cell. This is my reference. So I'm telling from A2, give me second row, second column. In the index function, if I go second row and second column, what will it do? It will look at the second row directly from here because I'm selecting this table, which is first row. This is second row. This is third row. Which column? I'm looking for fourth column. So it gave me the 10 answer. However, if I did it with the offset function, for example, I say offset function in this same sheet, I cannot select the array, which is not the table. Here I have to give a reference cell number. So say I say cell reference as A1. Now my row number that I have to select after that, which is 1, 2. In this case, because oranges is sitting in the second row after this reference, which is cell A1. So I'll have to say 2, comma, which column am I looking for? I'm looking for the column which is after this reference. So column 1, 2, 3. I put 3, close the bracket, enter. So if you see the difference between the index function and the offset function is that in an index function you give the table, it also selects from the first row and the first column, and it gives you whichever number you have given, accordingly select that row and that column. However, in the offset function, you give a reference to one cell. That cell is not counted in the row and the column. It's for A1. If I select and say second row, it is giving me 1, 2. It is not counting this as one row. It is counting the next one as one row and then the next row as the second row. Here also the column the same way. This column is not selected at all because this is your reference cell. It will select this as one row, this as second row, and this is the third row. This is the difference between the index and the offset function. Now, if you would have seen in the offset function, there is also another two more syntaxes that is given there, or the inputs that it requires is the height and the width. Where is this useful? The height and the width means the cell references with the vertical data. This is called as the height and this is called as your width. Where is this useful and how is it useful? This will be useful when you are using a offset function with the any other function, like you're using offset function with sum. So I'll start with is equal to sum, open the bracket. This time I want to sum some data. So, but instead of selecting the cell references, I will ask the offset function to select the cell references for me. How? I will select offset function. I open the bracket. This time I'm giving the reference as the month, comma, and then I'm looking for February to May. So I'm looking for sum from February to May for East and West together. So I'll start with reference as A2, which is the month. This time I want to give from February. So which row I'm going to select is 1, 2. Second row is February. So I'll put 2. So it will start from February. However, I want to give the column number from the next one. I don't want to start because it will not sum this part. It has to sum from here, correct? 1. Because after this cell, it will look at 1 year. So I will give 2, comma 1 because 2 is in February. For column, it will look for the first column. So now I want to tell Excel that please add February, March, April and May. So how many rows or how much height should it have? 1, 2, 3, 4. The height becomes 4 rows because height will be this part. So I say 1, 2, 3 and 4. So the height I'll give as 4 because I'm trying to add up 4 months, February, March, April, May. And that 4 months are in 4 different cells. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I will put it as 4, comma. Now with this, my columns. So how many columns they are trying to say? East and West together. So it is February, March, April, May, which is the height, which because they are rows. And now I'm looking at 2 columns, which is 2 width. So I'll say 2 as my width, close the bracket and close the bracket for sum, press and enter. It will give me an answer as 6218. Just to cross verify, I will select February, March, April, May data. See the answer, the sum answer is 6218. This way, Not only sum, you can do average, you can do product, you can do count, you can do n number of things with the offset function along with the other formulas in it. So this was how your offset function works. Next is the match function. The match function searches for a specified item in a range of cells and then returns the relative position of that item in the range. Sticking with the same example as we did for index, let's use the match to figure out what row oranges is in. So what we did earlier was we were trying to find the quantity of the oranges was 10. This time I am trying to find which row does the orange product sit. So what does match do is match will identify, if you give a name in the match function, like for example oranges, it will identify which row it is sitting under. How does that work is I will type is equal to and the match function name in the cell where I want the answer. The first syntax or the first argument for the match function is lookup value. What is my lookup value? This is oranges. So I will type oranges in the double quotes, which is my lookup value because I'm looking for that comma. This time I'm looking to find out which row it is sitting under. Select all the cells in the product column, including the header, which is this part. Why I'm doing this? Because I'm trying to find which row it is sitting under. So it is sitting under 1, 2, 3 row. But instead of writing 3, match will automatically identify for me which row it is sitting under, correct? So what do I do is I enter B to B. This way it will automatically look for it. Comma. As soon as I put comma, there is an option for less than, exact match and greater than. In match function, we have to look for the exact match of the lookup value. So if it is oranges, it should only look for oranges and not anything else. So we will select the exact match. Close the bracket, enter. It will give me a 3 answer. Now if you go back to your index function, if you see the index function, the first thing that we gave was A2 to D7 because we are telling them that this table look for the data in this table. Next one was row number. Why did we look at row number? Because we were looking at row number where the oranges sit, which is 3. So oranges that we were sitting, we found it out by calculating it by 1, 2, 3. However, if we use the match function and select this B2B, number 3 will be automatically identified by the match function. So instead of the 3 number here, I can use the match function inside the index function. This will make the index function dynamic. So even if I moved oranges to somewhere else, like if I move it to some other cell, let's say I'm moving this whole data a little up. So the oranges is now going to the last one, which is column 7. But in our case, it will not give you the correct answer. It is still giving you 10, which is not correct. It should be ideally 35. Because we have given a particular number, it is going to 3, it is going to 4 and giving you that bananas quantity. So to ensure that that doesn't happen, we can use a match function inside the index function and get the dynamic answer by replacing 3 with the match function. What will happen is this time you will see that it automatically picked up the oranges data, which is 35. Same you can use for the answer 4. This time we are trying to identify where is this quantity sit. So what I can do a match again. Open the bracket. What is it that I'm looking for this time? I'm looking for the name quantity where it is sitting. Now quantity I know is sitting in the first row. So what I'll do is instead of looking for quantity in the whole database, where is a lookup array? It is in the first row. So I'll select the first row, comma, exact match. So I'll put 0, close the bracket, enter. It gives me that 4 answer. Again, going back to my index function, instead of using 4 here, I will replace 4 with my match function that I have done here. Copy the match function without the equal to, go back to my index function and then replace 4 with the match function, place enter. This time if I move oranges somewhere else, it will automatically pick the answer that we are looking for. Let me move it to the first one this time. So it becomes dynamic. Dynamic means even if there is any change in the data, it will automatically give you that particular answer. So you should see that the oranges is showing as 12. Say if I move also my quantity in the middle, somewhere in the middle like before C, it will still give you that same answer. Why? Because now match is looking for the quantity and the quantity is 3 and it is not 4 anymore. So that's how you can use index and match together in order to get your answer or make it more dynamic. Okay. Moving on to the next function, which is our min function. The min function is a function that returns the smallest numeric value in the range of cells or in the range of values. Like in our example, again, we have the salary information of all the employees of almost 101 employees. Now I want to know the minimum salary that I'm paying to the employee. So to identify that, I would just put is equal to min and open the parenthesis. I will have to select the salary column because I'm identifying the minimum numeric value of this salary column. So I select that, close the bracket, enter. It will give me the salary paid to the employees. Okay, so 5,950 rupees is the minimum salary that I'm paying to the employee. So the same goes with the maximum salary. So earlier we learned how do I get the minimum salary paid to the employees. Same, I want to know what is the maximum salary paid to the employees. So is equal to max, open the bracket, select the H to H column. Why H to H again? Because it is the salary that I am trying to understand. What is the maximum salary paid? H to H, close the bracket, enter. It gives me the maximum salary paid to the employees. So this is how your min and a max works. This is a very easy, but it's a very useful formula in Excel. Moving on to the next function from our data. We've already seen the min and the max function. This time we'll see the trim function. Trim function removes the unwanted spaces from a particular cell. It will only remove spaces in the front and end of the text, if any. So if you want to remove this unwanted spaces from a text, we will see in our example, let's say I have some spaces in the front and at the end of some text. Say for example, in my name column, I'm just entering some spaces just to make it more easier to understand. So I'm putting spaces in the front, I'm putting spaces in the end for each one of them. There are two spaces in Bina, two spaces in the front and Seema, one space in Julie. So these are all the spaces that I've entered somewhere. In Pankaj, I'm putting a space in the middle. So two spaces in the middle. Okay. Same goes with Edri. Now, if I want to remove these spaces, because what happens is when I'm doing a formula, along with these spaces, it will not work. So I have to remove the spaces. So to start with, I'll have to enter the trim function is equal to trim, open the bracket, the first cell, because from each one of them I want to remove the spaces. So I select the first cell, which is B2, close the bracket, enter. I select that cell, enter again with the same fill handle. I double click on it. It will automatically take the whole data till the end. If you see properly, all the cells have been removed with the spaces. However, for Pankaj, only one space has been removed. If you see properly, there are two spaces here. Here there is only one space. So in Pankaj, Excel will only remove unwanted spaces. When I say unwanted spaces, in the front there is no space required. At the end there is no space required. In the middle also, if there is one space, it is considered as okay. But if there are more than one spaces in the middle, Excel will automatically remove those spaces. How do I ensure now that the data without the spaces is copied and pasted in these cells? What do I do for that is I select this data, I copy, I go back to my cell where I have the original data. I click on this, I right click on the first cell, and there is something called as paste special. Now, why am I doing a paste special is because if you see there is a formula in this cell. If I copy this data and directly paste it into this cell, it will try to copy that formula and it will give me an error. Okay, so we want to avoid that error. So what we'll do is we'll copy this cell. I'll go back to my cell where I want this data to be pasted. Right click on that cell, click on paste special, then click on values and press OK. Once I do that, you will see that there is a formula in these cells. However, there is no formula in these cells. Okay. Again, just to ensure that we are at the right pace, we'll see that earlier we had put two spaces. Pankaj only has one space. Just to remove the space, we can do that now. So that's how your trim function works. So moving on now to the next function on our list, which is the len function. What does the len function do? Len function returns the number of characters in a string. So when I say a number of characters in a string, that means that it is looking at the number of cells that contain a text. What is the number or what is the length of that text? For example, if I want to know in our cell, Raymond Daker is how many characters? So what I'll do is equal to len function. I'll enter that and I'll select the cell for which I want to know how many characters are there in that cell. Just C2. It is 11 characters. So it says, how do I calculate that? Start with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now it is giving me a 11 character text. But if I want to put a space at the end, what happens? It becomes 12 characters. Why? Because the space is also considered as a character. So in this case, it becomes a 12 character text. Again, I'll use the format pointer like we saw earlier to get that back to the normal data or the normal format. Okay, this is how your len function works. Moving on to the next one, let's start with the next function, which is sqrt. Sqrt function returns the square root of a number. For example, I have just one sheet where I have put some numbers here: 222, 144, 6745. I need to find the square root of these numbers. So I put is equal to sqrt, open the bracket. I select the number which I need the square root for, close the bracket, enter. It is 14.89966. Again, like earlier, you can reduce the decimal points by just clicking on these decrease decimal option. You can increase the decimal points by just keep on clicking on these options. Okay, so we'll leave it as it is now. Again, for the next one, you can just drag the formula by using the fill handle, and it will give me the square root for each of them. Here I do not want any decimal point, so I can just reduce that. This is how you can use the square root. This is a financial function which is more used in case of finding data for the financial industry. Again, this is a demo which you can look at to identify if you want to just come back and see these examples. Next is a very important function called as the if function. The if function is very important because it gives you an option to get the required data if a particular condition is met. For example, I have a list of employees. Going back to my sheet, in the if function sheet, I have the list of employees data with their department information. Management has decided to give 20,000 rupees to the employees in the sales department, and others will get 0 as a commission. So to identify how to get a commission for each of the employees, we'll use the if formula. So against each employees who are in the sales department, the result should show in the commission column as 20,000. So for example, in the first one, it is admin. So here it will show as 0. Second one, it is sales. So here it should show as 20,000. Next one is admin again. So again 0. Marketing, again 0. We are only looking at 20,000 for the sales department. So against each employee, we should be able to see the exact amount that needs to be paid as a commission. So we will have to use the if function. To start with the if function, again is equal to if. As soon as I open the bracket, the syntax says the first data that is required or the first input that is required for the if function is the logical test. Logical test means your condition. In our case, the condition that we have is that we are looking to give 20,000 to the employees in the sales department. So what are we looking at? The department. So the first employee department data is in D2. So I select D2 is equal to, what is that we want? If they are in the sales department. So I am saying is equal to sales in the double quotes. So this becomes my logical test. As soon as I entered the logical test, now I have to put a comma. Next input or the next argument is value if true. So what we are telling Excel is if D2 is equal to sales, that means D2 is the department for the first employee. If is sales, give me what if it is true? 20,000. If it is false, that means if the department for the first employee is not sales, give me 0. So I close the bracket. After doing this, press enter. It is giving me 0 for the first employee. Why? Because it is admin department. Raja Raymond Dekar is in a admin department. Now again, just like earlier we mentioned, we can drag the formula either or using the fill handle. I can double click on that to get the answer for each one of them. Now the formula is dragged. You can see that the formula is dragged from D1. In I2, you can see D2 is equal to sales. While I go down, the formula changes the cell references from D2 to D3. Why? Because it is now moving down, going to the next row. D3, then D4, then D5, then D6 accordingly. So it is automatically calculating from the respective cells. For the second employee, which is Suman Shinde, is she in the sales department? It is checking. And the Suman's department is in D3. So Excel has automatically taken D3 as the cell reference. Next, we are checking for Kuldeep Sharma. Kuldeep Sharma's department detail is in D4. The cell reference is automatically depicted as D4 is equal to sales. Because it is not sales, it is admin, it is automatically giving it as a 0. So I hope the if function is very, very clear. It's a very easy formula. but very important. So again, looking at it, the logical test which we have given as D2 is equal to sales. The value if true is because what is it that we need if this logical test or this condition is fulfilled, and the value if false is if the condition is not fulfilled, what is the value that we want. This is how your if function works. If I'm starting with the ifs function, I will write down each logical test here first. So first logical test is salary is less than 5,000. Second logical test is salary is more than 5,000 but less than 10,000. This is my second logical test. Third logical test is salary more than 10,000 but less than 15,000. Fourth logical test is salary more than 15,000 but is less than 20,000. And my fifth and last logical test is salary is more than 20,000. These are my conditions. However, when I start with this condition, I have a total employee list of 101 employees. Out of these 101 employees, if I say, for example, I am just looking at anybody's salary less than 5,000. So in the first condition, as soon as I put, I get an answer as there are 10 employees who are earning salary less than 10,000. So what happens is out of this 101 number that I see, I will have to deduct 10 employees who are earning less than 5,000 rupees. So the answer for them will be less than 5k. Now going to the next one, if I start with the second one, I realize that as soon as any employee, that is a 10 employee, is earning less than 5,000, they sit in the first bucket, which is less than 5k bucket. 10 employees are automatically removed and we are left with 91 employees. These 91 employees are definitely going to be earning salary more than 5,000 rupees. Why? Because the remaining 10 employees that we identified are earning less than 5,000. So whatever is left is all earning more than 5,000. So we are not required to re-enter an ifs function that if they are earning more than 5,000. We will directly start with less than 10,000. And this time, if it is less than 10,000, we'll put less than 10k. So say for example, there are 10 more employees who are earning less than 10,000. So I would put 10 here and minus from this 10. So I minus 10 again. I get how many? 81. So 81 employees are left. Now out of this 81 employees, everybody is earning more than 10,000 or more than 5,000. Why? Because we have already identified from 101 employees that 10 employees are earning less than 5,000. Another 10 employees are earning less than 5,000. That ways we are left with 81 employees who are earning more than 5,000 and more than 10,000. So now going to the next one, we are not going to enter more than 10,000 and less than 15,000 because everybody else is earning more than 10,000. This time we will select less than 10,000. Say I've identified 15 people earning less than 15,000. So I enter less than 15,000. This will be written as less than 15k. Next again, when I go to the next bucket, so these three buckets are decided. What are the three buckets are? One is less than 5,000, less than 10,000 and less than 15,000. So now out of that, I have identified how many people are left with deducting the 15 number. That is 66 employees are still left out of 101 employees who are now earning more than 15,000. So we know that these 66 employees are not earning less than 15,000. They are all earning more than 15,000 because we have already put them in these three buckets. So left is all more than 15,000. Now, more than 15,000 also, there is one more requirement where we are identifying if there is any employees earning less than 20,000. So say we have identified 25 employees earning less than 20,000. So we'll put it here and our data will be less than 20k. Last one, we have identified that out of these 25 employees that we removed, we identified that only 41 employees are left who are earning for more than 20,000. Why we are saying more than 20,000? Because we have put everyone in a bucket where either they are earning less than 5,000, less than 10,000, less than 15,000 or less than 20,000. So whatever is left is all earning more than 20,000. So there are 41 of them, more than 20,000, and we will put it as more than 20k. So this is how we are going to split our data and see how are we going to get an answer. So looking at this example, when I'm doing my ifs function, I will have to go and enter the data into the first cell which is against Raja Raymond Dekar. I'm trying to identify, is Raja earning salary less than 5,000, less than 10,000, less than 15,000, or less than 20,000, or it is more than 20,000. So where is the salary data? It is in the H2 for Raja. So the first thing that I'll see is if function H2 is less than 5,000, then give me what? Less than 5k. So for the first requirement was less than 5,000. Everything that is less than 5,000 has automatically now sitting in this bucket, which is the first bucket. Now all the leftover employees have automatically come to the next data, which is more than 5,000 but less than 10,000. So now I will go to the next one. Again, I'll have to select H2 because I'm now seeing if H2 is not less than 5,000, then we have to check if H2 is less than 10,000. So I put H2 less than 10,000. If H2 is less than 10,000, then what do we want? Again, if you see the logical value of true 2, we have to put less than 10k. Now the third requirement, which is a logical test, is if H2 is less than 15,000. This is my third bucket. According to the third bucket, if it is true, I'll have to put less than 15k in the double quotes. Now the fourth logical test. The fourth logical test is if H2 is less than 20,000, which is my fourth bucket. If yes, give me less than 20k. Now, if you see in this one, there is no such thing as value if false. In the ifs function, we had value if true and value if false. So what do we do in such case? Now we have identified that this number is not less than 5,000. It is not less than 10,000. It is not less than 15,000. It is not less than 20,000. What is left is it is more than 20,000. So what we can do is, in that case, we can put another one, which is H2 is greater than, just like we normally do in the last case, H2 is greater than 20,000, then give me more than 20k. Close the bracket. Now, when we are closing the bracket, you'll have to close only once and you get that answer. Drag it to the rest of the cells and you will get it according to your data that you had. Now this is 7,000, which is less than 10,000 but more than 5,000. This is 12,250, which is for Bina. It shows less than 15,000. Why? Because it is less than 15,000 but more than 10,000. So it is between 10,000 and 15,000. Likewise, you will see data for each one of them. Now this is less than 20,000 because it is 15,750, which is more than 15,000 but less than 20,000. This is how you use your ifs function to get the desired result. There is also something called as nested if function, which ifs is replacing that nested if. Ifs is available in 2016, but if you have any version other than 2016, you will have to use the nested if function. Now going back to the PPT and see the next function, which is the AND function. AND function checks if all logical arguments inside the function are true and returns the true value if they are true and false value if one of them is false. For example, an AND function, like we are going to any sheet and trying to identify if logical tests that we give, like in a if function, we are giving different logical tests, right? So if we are giving more than one logical test, if they are true, then it will automatically give you an answer as true or it will give you an answer as false. In our example, I am trying to identify employees in the sales department working for the West region. So to start with, I want to identify all the employees wherever they are working with in the sales department and for the West region. It should show me an answer as true. Wherever they are not in the sales department and not in the West region, it should show me as false. So both the conditions should be met. What is the two conditions? One is the department as sales, and the second condition is your region as West. So only if both the conditions are met, then only the answer should be true or the result should be true. Otherwise, it should show me as false. So how do I do that? I'll put an AND function in the cell where I want the answer. So I want an answer for each one of them because I want true everywhere where there is sales and West. Wherever there is sales and East or North or South, it should give me a false. Or if there is admin and any other region, it should give me a false answer. So both the conditions have to be met, department sales and region West. So what I'm saying is the first condition is department sales. So for Raja Raymond Dekar, I'm trying to find out if department is sales. So I will do D2 is equal to sales. That's one requirement. That's my logical one. Second logical is what? I go to E2 because that's where my region sits. E2 is equal to West. That's my second condition. I close the bracket, enter. I get a false answer for the first one. Why? Because Raja is from the sales department, no doubt. However, the region is north. And our condition is that if the region west and the department is sales, only then give me a true answer. So now when I drag this formula down, it will check if wherever the region is west and the department is sales, it will give me a true answer. If you see for Pooja Nimkar, you'll see she's working in the sales department and for the region west, and hence we are getting an answer as true. Same goes with everyone else. So we hardly have few such employees where both the conditions are fulfilled. Now we have another function named as the OR function. What does the OR function do? Just similar to the AND function, it will look at one of the conditions being fulfilled. Like in the AND function, both the conditions have to be fulfilled, but with the OR function, only one of the conditions have to be fulfilled. For example, I want an answer as true if the employees are in the sales department or in the marketing department. So I'm saying that if the department is sales, I should get an answer as true. If the department is marketing, I should get an answer as true. Otherwise, if it is other than sales or marketing, I should get all as false. So how do I do that? So I can only think of one function, which is the OR function, which will give me this result. So to start with the function, I will put an equal to sign in the first employee data, and I'll put OR, open the bracket. My first logical test is that department should be sales. So D2 is equal to sales. This is OR. So you have to remember that either it is sales or it is marketing. So first logical test is department, which is D2 is equal to sales. The second logical test is again D2 is equal to marketing. Now marketing, again, if you remember in the earlier functions also, we were careful about what is the spelling of the marketing. So marketing is not like MARKETING. There is a short form that has been used, which is MKTG. You may have times where the full form is been used. In that case, you are not going to use any abbreviation to put it in the formulas. So you have to see exactly what is given here that needs to be entered in your formula as well. Now I close the bracket. Now wherever there is sales or marketing, it will automatically give me an true answer. So this is how it gives. So true because this is sales, this is sales. Again, this is true because it is marketing. Bina is in the marketing department. Again, I can see true for the sales department. Same goes with marketing again for Adri Fernandez because she is working for the marketing department. That's and likewise you will see for the rest of them. This is how your OR function works. Next one is your today function. Today function is a very easy and very useful function. This function is used to identify the current date. So to identify the current date, I will enter is equal to today, open the bracket, close the bracket and press enter. It will automatically change the format of that cell into a date format and give me the today's date. Today's date is 2nd of July 2018, and that's the reason it is giving me this date format. Now this is today's date because I have entered it in my example today. But if you are trying it on your Excel sheet, it will give you the date what is there on your system. It is always the system date. By any chance, if your system date is not updated, the Excel will also check this date which is on your system and give you that date here. So you will have to ensure that your system date is also updated. What is a quick access toolbar? Quick access toolbar provides access to frequently used commands in the application. When I say application, it is our MS Excel. This sits at the top left-hand corner of the Excel worksheet. Let's explore this on our Excel workbook. This sits on this part of your Excel, which is on the top left-hand corner. You will see a small drop-down button here with an arrow, which you can click, and this is where you will get other options that you can add to the quick access toolbar. So this is where you have your access toolbar. By default, quick access toolbar will have undo, redo and save button. So this is your save button, which is already there on your quick access toolbar. This is your undo button and this is your redo button. You will have these three buttons by default on the quick access toolbar. Other than that, you can add the rest of the buttons on the quick access toolbar by clicking on this button, which you see the arrow key, and adding whichever you think you're going to use frequently in Excel. I have added new workbook access in the quick access toolbar. I have also added an open option in the quick access toolbar because I keep using these two things very frequently. So next time, if I want to open a new blank Excel sheet, I will not go to file, click on open and open a blank worksheet. Instead, I would just click on this quick access toolbar, and where I can see this icon for a new workbook, click on that. It will automatically open a new workbook for me. Same goes with the another one. If you see, there is another open option which is there in the quick access toolbar because I have already added that to my access toolbar. When I click on that, it will give me an option to browse and get the file that I want to open for working on it. So this is how you can keep adding the additional things that you need from the quick access toolbar. I have also added an email option here. When I click, it will automatically attach this file which I have here to the email box or the new email, and I just have to add the email address of the person who has to receive this file and click on send. It will automatically go to them rather than me going to Outlook, opening a new mail, then attaching this file. This access toolbar button which I have added, it will automatically open the email for me. Same goes with the spelling. These are all added by just clicking on this button, and all these options that you can see here, you just need to tick on that and it will automatically add. For me, like I said, I have added open, I have added email, I have added spelling. So these three things that I added newly. So when I click on them, there should be a tick mark next to them. So if it is a tick mark, that means the quick access toolbar already has those things on the toolbar. So like for example, automatic save is already there because there is a tick mark. New is already there because there is a tick mark that you can see here. Open is already there. There is a tick mark on it. If I add something new, like I add sort ascending, it will automatically add to my quick access toolbar. Next time when I want to sort some data, I can just click on this. If I want to sort an ascending order, I can just click on this button and it will automatically sort my data. For example, if I go to the salary column that I have here, click on this sort A to Z, which is smallest to largest, it will automatically sort the data and give me data as per the lowest value first and the largest value at the end. So isn't this easy and very, very useful? Also, these are the things they're showing on the quick access toolbar easily. However, if you have more commands that you want to add, which you cannot find in this list, you can click on the more command button, which I just showed you. Like go to this drop down, click on the more command button. It will even give you more commands that you can add to your quick access toolbar, like create chart, conditional formatting, calculate now, borders. These all can be added to our quick access toolbar. All depends on your requirement as to how many times you have to use these commands on a frequent basis. So if you use any command on a frequent basis, you can add them to the quick access toolbar. If you want to remove any of the ones which are already there on the quick access toolbar, you can just click on that again. It will go away. You will see that the save button is not there now. To add that save button again, I'll go back and click on that save button again. If I want to remove one of the sort ascending that we just added, I will click on that again. That sort ascending will go away. So the sort ascending doesn't have a tick next on the quick access toolbar. How to use the quick access toolbar? We have already seen how you can use the quick access toolbar by clicking on different buttons. Going back just to explain it again, if you have the new and open button, which I just showed you how you can click on that, just click on the buttons which you are looking for. There they will have different icons for different commands. If you have spelling, it will say ABC. If you have a new workbook that you want to open, it will have a small square button with a small dent on the side. Then you will have a open folder kind of a icon which will tell you that if you want to open a new file from your shared drive or your computer, you can just click on this. This is how you access the quick access toolbar. Next, like I said, we are moving on to our conditional formatting. What is a conditional formatting? Conditional formatting is a feature of Excel which allows you to apply a format to a cell or a range of cells based on certain criteria. Now, what does that mean? I can color a certain range of cells. For example, in this case, I can color maybe only cells that contains marketing, like these ones. And I can color them in red or yellow or any other color that I feel is required. I can color them in those colors. So why would I color this? It would because sometimes you just want to know that how many people are there in the marketing department. So I will just color those cells that contains the marketing as a department. So let's go back and see how does that really work. There are different things that are available under conditional formatting, such as colors, icons, data bars. To one or more cells can be added on these when you use conditional formatting. For doing that, you will have to first create a rule. So let's see all conditional formatting can do. Conditional formatting can first of all highlight the duplicate values in your spreadsheet. So for example, in my spreadsheet where I have the employee code, I have the first name, last name, department, region, branch, hire date and salary. Everything else can have duplicate value. Why do I say everything else can have duplicate value except employee code? Because first name, two people can have the same first name, two people can have the same last name. Department can be shared by a lot of employees. Region can also be shared by a lot of employees. Same goes with branch. Hire date can also be, while it can be unique, a lot of employees might have joined on the same date. Same goes with salary. So what is the unique value that you can see in this database is a employee code. Every employee will have a unique employee code. Now we need to identify if there is any duplicate value in the employee code. Why are we doing this? It may have happened that when HR was creating this file, they mistakenly added the same employee code for two employees. So we just need to identify if there is any duplicate. If there are, then they will need to correct it. So instead of looking for each one of them and finding out which one is the duplicate, we will use the conditional formatting. Conditional formatting will color only those cells which has duplicate values. Let's see how does that work. I select the whole employee code column. I go to conditional formatting, which is under in the ribbon under the home tab. Under conditional formatting, click on highlight cell rules and then click on duplicate values. As soon as you click on duplicate values, there is a new window that opens up which has a format cells that contain. There are two options here. One is duplicate or unique. As of now, we are looking at duplicate values to be highlighted. So I click on duplicate and then it asks me which color do you want to give for all the duplicate values. I can select from these few colors which are given here. So it says light red fill with dark red text. It will look something like this. Then we have yellow fill with dark yellow text. Then we have green fill with dark green text like this. Then we have more options like light red fill. So there is no change in the font, only the fill will change to red. Then we have red text. That means there will be no fill, only the red text that you can see there. Next is red border. A red border will be added to those cells where there is a duplicate value. So no other change in that. And then there is a custom formatting. What does custom formatting do? When I click on custom format, it will take me to a new window, which is your formatting window. You can decide what format you want on the duplicate values. Either you want to make it italic, or you want to make it bold and italic, or you want them to just strike out the ones which are duplicates and then click on OK. It will strike out the whole values which has a duplicate value. I also clicked on bold and italic plus strike through. I don't think I need a strike through. I don't think I need a bold and italic. I can use one of the fills that I'm more comfortable with. I will use pink color so that it is not very bright, but it is good enough to identify which one is a duplicate value. I click on OK. It has colored the one that I just selected. So what happens is now when I'm looking at this data, you will see all the duplicates values have been colored. So if there are two values that are same, like in this case, we see B24579, which is in A4. It also is the same number sits in A8, B24579. So if there are two values having the same data or the two cells having the same data, both the cells will be colored. So it will tell you that these two are duplicates. So this is how you can identify the duplicate values by using the conditional formatting. Next is highlight the text that contains specific text. Let's see on the next one on conditional formatting. Highlight cell with the values greater than. How do you work on this? We have already seen that in conditional formatting, wherever there is a condition that is met, it will give you the color that you have chosen for it. So in this example as well, we will put in a conditional formatting a number that we are looking for. If we have any number, any cell that fulfills the condition of the number greater than that, it will automatically color that cell. So in that case, I want to know all the employees earning salary more than 10,000 rupees. I go on to conditional formatting. I click on highlight cell rules. There is an option named greater than. I click on greater than. Here I have to enter the number that if it is greater than that number, it needs to be highlighted. So I have say 10,000 rupees because I'm saying any employee earning salary more than 10,000, their salary column or their salary cell should be highlighted in red. So I enter 10,000 in this column or in this table, and then I enter the color that I want the cell to be highlighted in. I want it in red color, so I'll select the red color, click on OK. Now, anybody whose salary is more than 10,000 rupees, it will automatically give me this color on that. You can use different formats, like I said, other than only the color. In this case, if I want to change, say, anybody's salary is more than 10,000 rupees, I want to change their format to currency. And currency should be your Indian currency. Say I go to currency, which is under numbers, I use the currency. Currency will be the symbol, your rupee symbol. And then I click on OK. So wherever the salary is more than 10,000 rupees, it will give me that rupee currency with the decimal point because it is showing as a formatted as a currency. Do you see this? Now it is also sorted in that particular order. So it is showing you the exact amount after 10,000 rupees. It is all colored in red with the format of currency given to it. Next is these numbers that are less than. So if I want to know any employees earning salary less than 10,000 should be colored in green. And also their number format should now be in a currency format with a rupee sign. So I go to highlight cell rules, click on less than value. This time it has to be 10,000 again, but my color has to change and the color is green, dark green text. Like I said, you can always use a custom format to change your formatting. So in this time we want to change the formatting to currency and the currency should be rupees. If you want to change the currency to any other currency like your dollar sign that you need, you can use one of these. Now dollar sign can also be for New Zealand, US, Canada, whichever you think you are wanting to change the currency for. In this case, we are going to leave it as rupees. So I will just select the currency and then rupees, click on OK. And it also depends on if you don't want a decimal point on that, you can always remove the decimal point by clicking on the saying 0. As many decimal points you want, you just keep on increasing the number here, the number of decimal points that you need. I don't want any decimal points, so I have put it as 0 here. Click on OK. It will change the format to the currency format, plus it will give me a green color because I have requested to put a green color for all the cells that has value less than 10,000. This is how you can use a conditional formatting. Now, next one that we will see is the between value. In this case, we have already colored the more than salary 10,000 and less than 10,000 salaries. However, if you want to first remove any of the conditional formatting on the sheet, you can select the cells where you want to remove the conditional formatting from. So I'll click on conditional formatting, then I'll click on clear rules. There is an option to clear rules from the selected cells or clear rule from the entire sheet. So if I click on clear rule from entire sheet, it will remove the rules which are added to the duplicate values also, like the employee code where we had the rule for duplicate values. So I just want to remove the conditional formatting in the salary column. So I'll click on clear rule from the selected cells. It will remove the rule there and the conditional formatting which we had added earlier will be removed. Now what I want to do is I want to add a between value. That means if the salary is between 10,000 and 20,000, I need those cells to be colored in yellow. Now I'll have to select again the salary column, click on conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, and then click on between. Once I click on between, then I'll have to give this time two different numbers. Why two different numbers? Because we are looking for employees earning salaries between 10,000 and 20,000. So the first value will be 10,000, the second value will be 20,000. So between these numbers, if they see any cells, they have to color them in yellow color. So I'll click on yellow, I click OK. Now the rule is added to these cells wherever they find the salary more than 10,000 but less than 20,000. It will automatically color those cells. So you will see that it is only colored till where they found the salary as 19,250. After that, when it was 20,125, it did not color that value because it is more than 20,000. So now a new rule has been added on the conditional formatting. So not only these that we were looking at all the numbers as of now, we can also do a conditional formatting as per the text. say in the first part, I also told you that if I want to color the department where I can see marketing and I want to color them in green. So I can again go to highlight cell rules and then click on text that contains marketing. So I can say MKTG. Wherever there is MKTG, why I'm saying MKTG and not marketing? Because the spelling here is MKTG and not the full spelling as MARKETING. So you will again have to be like in the first module we learned when we were doing a formula for SUMIF, we have to write MKTG and not MARKETING. Same goes with the conditional formatting. You will have to put MKTG as your requirement because then Excel will look for MKTG in those cells. Once it finds the MKTG, what is Excel supposed to do? It has to color them in green. So I select the green fill with dark green text. You can again select, like I said, from the custom formatting, whichever color you want. But in this case, we are looking for green. So I select green, click on OK. It will color the cells which contains MKTG as the text and give me green color on those cells. Other things that you can use under the text function is equal to text that contains and duplicate values. So duplicate values, like we saw the first time, it can be used with any cells which has numbers or text or characters. So wherever it finds the same character or the same text in two different cells, it will color both the cells. So this is how your conditional formatting works. There is also other options in conditional formatting which are known as the data bars and the color sets. How does this data bar and the color sets work? Data bars, color scales, and icon sets are conditional formats that create visual effects in your data. These conditional formats make it easier to compare the values of a range of cells at the same time. If you see the data bars, which has different colors, the gradient fill and the solid fill, we'll see how does this data bar work in the first place. So just like the graphs where we have those column charts, same thing you will see in the data bars here. How do we do that is if I want to say give a colors or a data bar to the salary column wherein the highest salary should be compared with the smaller ones as well. Let's see how does that work. So I select my salary column, I go to conditional formatting, click on data bars, and then I click the gradient fill for now. If I click on the gradient fill, it is giving me a small bar next to each of the values. If you see the bars next to each of the values, you will see that the bar is changing its size. So let's sort it in such a way so that we can also see the difference between how is it actually giving that bar. So I sort as per salary in a descending order from largest to smallest. Now you will see that the 49,000 is the salary which is given to Sheetal, is the highest salary given to the employees in the organization. Now all the other salary amount which is given there is compared to this 49,000 amount, and then the data bar size is changing according to the 49,000 amount. So 49,000 is highest, which is close to 50,000. 24,500 is half of 49,000, and that's the reason you will see that the data bar is now become half. If you go even further down, like go to say 10,000 or something, you will see because 10,000 is even half of 24,000, data bar has even become smaller, which is it has gone half of 24,000 amount. So the data bar which is there, that gives you a graphical representation of where your data sits as compared to the highest value in your data. So next is the color scale on conditional formatting. Color scale can help you understand data distribution and variation, such as investment returns over time. Cells are shaded with gradation of 2 or 3 colors that correspond to minimum, midpoint, and maximum thresholds. So let's see how does this color scale work. First, I will select this color scale. Let me remove any colors or rules which are already there on the selected cell. Now go back, click on color scale. Select the range of the cells, the table or the whole sheet that you want to apply the conditional formatting to. On the home tab, click on conditional formatting. Point to the color scale, then click on the color scale format that you want. By default, for 3 color scales, Excel calculates 50th percentile. I'll tell you how does that work. As soon as I click on this color scale, you will see that it has given the green color to the highest value. Then it goes down and it gives different colors depending on their value. So there is this another or becomes a little orange and then it gets red. So if I want to see how is this working is, I go to check in the manage rules box. I will check how many colors are there in this. There are 3 colors. As soon as I click on the ones which I have just made the rules for, I can see there are three colors. One is the lowest value, I have red color. Then for the highest value, I have given green color. For the midpoint, now what is the midpoint? Midpoint will be the 50th percentile. We can also change the percentile to number. Say I don't want to keep a percentile, I want to keep something like a number, say 24,000, because half of 49,000 is 24,500 rather. So let's keep 24,500 as a midpoint, and from the percentile I can change it to number. If I want to change it to percentage also, that also I can do. But as of now, we will change it to number, say 24,500. So if it is the highest value, it will be remain the same, which is 49,000. The lowest value will remain the same as red. You can change the color if you want to. I am leaving it as it is. The midpoint will be a number, say 24,500. Now when I click on OK and then click on apply and OK, it will automatically give me the lowest value as red. The highest value will definitely be the green color, which is 0. And the midpoint, which we entered as 24,500, should be yellow. So let's see, where is our 24,500? This is our 24,500. So this is all yellow color. So depending on which color you give, it will automatically hold those colors. And the rest of all the other cells are colored proportionately. We've also seen how we can customize those cells. If I want to click on these and then change the color scale, I can click on more rules. I can always change the color scale to 2 color scale. So instead of 3 color scale, now it will be only 2 color scale, which is red and yellow. And so the lowest value will be red, the highest value will be yellow, and the rest of the cells will be colored proportionately. This time you will see that the colors have really changed. You'll see more of red because your number that we have is the lowest value is red. So the proportionate colors are given to the rest of the cells. So this is how your color scale works. Next we are going to see is the icon sets. How does your icon set work? Again, if I click on, if I select the whole cell where I want this icon set, I click on the icon set option, select the one that I want, a directional one, or if I want the shapes, like we have the signal shapes, we can use those to color, and the colors will be given in the similar fashion as we saw in the color scale. So if I'm selecting the directional, it will tell me which is the highest, which is the lowest, and which is the midpoint. So for example, you will see 49,000 is the highest, and so it is showing in the green color and it is showing the arrow upwards. Then the midpoint, of course, like we all know, is 24,500, and hence it is showing me as on the right hand side. When it is highest value, it shows the arrow is up. When it is the midpoint, the arrow goes on the right. And when it is the lower point, the arrow goes down. If you again see the icon set, you will see this value here. If you don't want those colors, you can also use the other options which are without the colors. They are all gray colored. So they will not give you any color on that. So I just go back. I change any conditional formatting, you'll have to click on manage rules. The one that you're going to change, you will click on that particular icon and then select the icon style that you want to change to. Now we want to change it to green and click on OK. Now they are all gray. It will only change the direction of the text, but everything else will remain gray this time. So this is how your conditional formatting with icon sets will work. Let's go back to our slides and see. So we have already seen that how does your conditional formatting with data bars, conditional formatting with icon sets work. You can also use formulas. For example, we have option to use formula in order to identify if that condition is met, only then we need a color. Let's say I want to first remove the conditional formatting which is there on these sheet. So I will just click on anywhere on the database, click on conditional formatting, clear rules, and then there is an option to clear rules from the entire sheet. I click on that and it will remove all the conditional formatting from that sheet. Now what are we trying to do is we are trying to identify or get the color on the cells which meets a certain condition with the formula. Say I want to identify in the employee code how many are numbers. So if you'll see that employee codes are either alphanumeric codes or there are few of the employee codes are numbers. I only want to know the ones which are numbered. So I'll select the A column because your employee code sits. Go to conditional formatting. Then I will click on new rule. As soon as I click on new rule, there is a last option that says use a formula to determine which cells to format. Under the formula tab where I have to enter the formula, there I will enter is equal to. This time I am looking for all these cells that contains numbers. So I'm going to enter is equal to is number, open the bracket, and then select the cells which can contain numbers. Want to see how do you highlight cells with the formula. So only if the condition as per the formula is fulfilled, then the cells will be highlighted. So we'll see that in the employee code column, you have numbers as well as the alphanumeric data. So the employees who have joined 5 years back, their employee codes were only numeric data. But anybody who's joined 3 years back, which are more recent employees, their employee codes are alphanumeric. So I just want to identify whoever's employee code is the numeric data, and I want that to be highlighted in blue color. So what I'll do is I'll first select the cell where I want the color, which is the A column in our case, because I'm looking for the employee code. Click on conditional formatting, go to new rules. Why new rules? Because this time we are looking for to use the formula to determine which cell to format. So I'll click on use a formula to determine which cell to format. Then under format values where this formula is true, I will enter the formula is equal to is number. Open the bracket. Because I have selected the whole cell, I'll have to start with the first cell, which is A1. So I'll say is equal to is number A1. So I'm saying that if A1 is a number, then give me this color. If A1 is not a number, then don't give me the color. So I'll just click a blue color. I click on OK. Wherever there are numbers, it will automatically give me that particular color. So I will be able to identify which are the employees which have joined 5 years prior, or they are more tenure employees. This is how your formula data works. Let's move on to our PPT and how does is formula work. So there are different is formulas that you can use in Excel. One of them is the is numbers. What does it do is it will only identify if it is a number, it will say that it is true. If it is not a number, it will say false. For example, we just learned that if it is a number, it will automatically color that in blue. There is also an option, something called as is odd. That means if it is an odd number, then it will highlight them in particular color that you mentioned. If it is not an odd number, it will not highlight them. So let's see in the salary column if we have any odd numbers. So I go to new rules. I select the salary column. I go to new rule. Then I click on use a formula to determine which cell to format. Then in the format values where this formula is true, I click on is equal to is odd, open the bracket. Now this time again, I have selected from the first cell in that column. So I'll have to select the first cell, which is H1. Close the bracket, and now I will decide on which color I want it. Say I want the yellow color. So I select the yellow color from the custom format and click on OK. It will color all the ones which has odd numbers into yellow color. The rest of them will be left as it is. So these are is functions that you can use in order to get your data colored. You can also use any cell which is more than say 75,000. Like we use more than data, your greater than data information here in the conditional formatting. You can also use the formula under new rule where you can put C3 is greater than 75. Maybe I want to know any employee that is earning more than 10,000 rupees. I want them to be colored in green. So what I'll do is use the formula to determine which cell to format. Under the format values where this formula is true, I will take H1 again because I'm selecting the whole cell is equal to H1 is greater than 10,000. Same thing, however, we are using the formula to determine that. Now this time I'm going to color in blue. So I click on OK. So wherever there is a salary more than 10,000 rupees, it will automatically color in blue. Anything that is less than 10,000, it will leave the previous formatting that we had. Same thing, you can use the less than sign also wherever you need to. Another one that you can see here is you can also try the formulas like where you see A as format. Like in this example, if you see the student's data is given here. Under the marks in mathematics, there is a score that is given and the grade is given according to the scores. In the grade column, you'll see A, B, C, D depending on their marks that they have been given a grade. Now we want to know anybody who has scored a A grade. In that case, under the formula to determine the cell to format, we will put B2 is equal to A. Why B2? Because we are starting with a B2 column. So we are starting from the first column. If the data starts from the first cell, which is B1, then we will have to give B1 as the data. But we are starting with the second cell where that is where it is starting. That's the reason we will give the second cell. How can we logically use functions such as AND function and OR functions in conditional formatting? So let's see how we are going to do that. We can use and the or functions in the conditional formatting. For us to understand how to use and function, we will have to first decide which are the conditions that we have. Say in our example on my spreadsheet, I have to color all these employee code cells where the department is sales and the region is not. So we have two conditions. One condition is department as sales and the second condition is region as north. So these are the two conditions that we have for our conditional formatting. So both the conditions have to be fulfilled in order for the conditional formatting to work. There are three things that we are going to learn here. One is how to identify, how to color a different cell depending on the conditions to different cells. So for example, I want to color employee code depending on the conditions fulfilled in column D and column E. So to start with, I will select A to A because I want the color in this column. So I select A to A, I go to conditional formatting. I click on new rules. Under new rules, I'll go to use a formula to determine which cell to format. Under format values where this formula is true, I will enter is equal to, this time I have two conditions, so I have to use AND function. Open the bracket after the AND function. I will select the first cell in the database, which is D1. I'll have to type D1 and not select D1. Why? I will tell you, if I select D1, that dollar sign comes and then not apply to the rest of the cells. And so you will not get the correct answer. So it's better to always type D1. So the first condition is D1 is equal to sales. We will always put sales in the double quotes. Second condition is E1 is equal to north. So I put in the double quotes again, north. No case sensitivity in this. I close the bracket, so my condition has to be fulfilled, like if this department is sales and the region is not, I want the color as say green. So I select the green color in the custom formatting. I click on OK and then I click on OK again. Wherever there is a sales department and the north region, it will give me a color in the employee code cell for that corresponding data as a green color. So wherever you find sales and north, the employee code cells will be colored. Same goes with an OR condition. If I want to color, this time I want to color the department column wherever I find sales or marketing. So I will select the department. I go to conditional formatting. I click on new rules. Again, use formula to determine which cells to format. Under format rule values where this formula is true, I click on is equal to and start with the OR function. Why do I do an OR function? Because I am looking for sales or marketing. Either of these conditions are fulfilled, then color it as yellow maybe. So I say D1 is equal to sales in the quotes or D1 again. Why D1 again? Because I am looking in the same cell if it is either sales or marketing. Marketing will be MKTG. Close the quotes, close the bracket. Now my condition has to be fulfilled as either sales or marketing. Color it as yellow. So I select the yellow color and then I click on OK. Then I click on OK. It will automatically color the sales and the marketing ones as yellow. So this is how you can use AND and OR function in the conditional formatting as well. So let's start with the logical functions for now. There are four logical functions in Excel: AND, OR, NOT, and XOR. Let's see how does the NOT and XOR functions work in Excel. The NOT function returns the opposite of the given logical value. That means any value that I give, it will return the opposite of that. So let's see using the example that we have on our sheet where I have the student's name and their scores or their marks they have scored in the subject maths. Now let's say we have to identify any student that has failed in maths. Their passing marks is 35. Here we can use NOT function. So how do we start is equal to NOT, open the bracket, enter the cell reference where the marks is. So for the marks is in the cell reference B2. So what we have to identify that B2 is not more than 35. If it is 35, then it has to less than 35 is fail. If it is more than 35, then it is pass. But what I'm trying to say is I want to understand who all have failed in maths. So what I'll do is not more than 35. I close the bracket. Once I do that, I'll get wherever there is not more than 35, I'll get a result as true. So for example, I drag it here. Wherever I can see true, those are the ones which are failed results. So this one, G is scored 32, and that's the reason it is showing true. For E, it is showing true because they have only scored 30. That means it has failed. And again for C, it is 28, and because they have scored less than 35, they have failed. So wherever you can see true, they have all failed. So similarly, if I wanted to add this along with the if function, how can I do it with the if function? So I can do if starting with the logical test. What is my logical test? That whoever is not scored more than 35 marks has failed. So what I'm going to do is not B2 is greater than 35. That means who is not scored more than 35 should be fail. So I'll put fail as the result for value if true, and value if false will be in case. If that is not the case, it is pass. See, if I'm using it with the if function, this is how it will look. Moving on to the next function, which is the XOR function. The XOR function checks whether one and only one condition is met. So if there are two conditions, only one of the conditions is met. If no conditions are met, that means condition A, condition B, both are not met, or more than one condition is met, XOR function returns false. That means if I put a condition, say condition A, condition B, if condition A and B both are met, then the XOR function will give you a false answer. If none of them are met, neither A, neither B, then also it will give a false. Only one of the conditions has to be met, A or B, then it will give you a true answer. So let's see how we can do that. I want to buy a new computer, and I have two elements of the computers that I have to consider: the size of the hardware and the RAM. I select the computer if the hard drive has at least 500 MBs. So the first condition is hard drive 500 MBs. What is the second condition? The second condition is if RAM is greater than 6 GB. It has to be greater than 6 GB and not 6 GB. Just remember, this is 500 or above. For RAM, it is more than 6 GB. It cannot be 6 GB. So how do I do XOR? So I go to XOR. I go to the cell where I need this information. So I need to identify which of these computers I can select. So the first thing that I'll do is XOR logical test hard drive, which is in F2, is greater than or is equal to 500. Why do I say this? Because I need to identify if it is 500 or more, then I can buy that. Or if this condition is not fulfilled, is the other condition fulfilled? What is the other condition? If G2, which is our RAM, is greater than 6, and there is no equal to in this. Why no equal to? Because we say that it is equal to, then it will also take the result when the RAM is 6, but we don't want 6, it has to be more than 6. So I press enter. Wherever I see true, that means these are the computers I can buy because one of the conditions are fulfilled. This is how your XOR function works. You can use them with the if function. Similar, you can use the not only the XOR and a NOT function, you can also use the other logical functions like and or with the if function. Now see how to do an if function. Let's see an example on my sheet. Say I have a data here. I have to calculate the bonus of the employees or commission of the employees in the sales department, or the commission of the employees. Now, commission of the employees is decided by the management. Management says that we are only paying commission to the employees in the sales department as commission of 10,000 rupees. So only to the sales department employees. So how do I write? I can think of an if function. I have to select B2 because my department for each employee sits in the B column. So B2 is for the first employees. Only I have to check if B2 is equal to sales. If it is sales, then I have to give a 10,000 amount value if true. If value if false, I'll put 0 because there is no condition given for the others. Assume that if only sales department is getting 10,000, the others are getting nothing. So I can leave it as 0. So wherever there is sales, it will automatically throw a 10,000 amount in the cell. So this is how your if function works. Moving on to using the if with an and or an or function. Similar to how we use the not function with an if, we can use the if function with an and or a or. So to start with, we are looking at our sheet. On my sheet, you can see that I have the name of the students, their scores in math and their score in science. So what I'll do is I need to know the students who have passed. How do I know if they have passed? If the student has scored, you can see it here, the condition that if the student has scored 35 or more marks in each subject, their final result will be pass or the result will be fail. So if they have scored 35 or more marks in each of the subjects, that means both the subjects, they are pass, otherwise they are fail. So what I have to do is I'll use an AND function. Why AND? Because I need to ensure that they have scored 35 in maths and they have scored 35 in science. So I start with an if function because I have a true result that I have to give and a false result that I have to give, which is if this is true, give me pass or give me fail. So I can only do that in if function. Now with a logical test, when I had one logical test, I put it as department is equal to sales. But now I have two logical tests. So I'll have to use a AND function inside if. What is my first logical test? I have to check if the math score for student A is more than 35 and the science score for student A is more than 35. So I put an AND function, then start with an B2 is more than or equal to 35 and second logical test that C2 is more than or equal to 35. So both of them once it is fulfilled, once I complete that end, which is the logical test, I have to close the bracket because the end is complete. Once I complete that, you will see that we are coming back to the if function. I have to put a comma to get to the next argument in the syntax. What is the next argument? Value if true. What should be the value in case if this is true? It should be pass. So I put pass in the inverted comma, value if false is fail in the inverted commas. Now close the bracket, enter. Now when I drag this formula down, it will give me the result for each one of them. So if you see for student C, they have scored 28 in maths, which is less than 35 marks, while they have scored more than 35 marks in science. However, we are looking at both of them to be more than 35 and hence it is giving the fail. Same goes with D and E, G. Moving on to the next one, what is the question that I can see here is if the student has passed the certification test, which is 80 or higher, so we have a certification test for the students, and they are saying that if they have passed the certification, then the passing marks is 80 or higher, or has passed the prep test, which is your next requirement. Prep test, which is the passing marks is 70 or higher. They can register for the next class. So what is their question? That if they have either scored 80 or more in certification or they have scored 70 or more in prep course, they can go for the next registration or they can register for the next class. So here again, I have the condition where I have to give a true value and a false values, and hence I'm going to use the if function. To start with an if function, and then it is there are two different things that I have to look at, the certification and the prep course. Both of them will start with an or. Why an or? Because I have to see if this is 80 or if this is 70 or more. So I start with the first one, which is certification. If certification is greater than or is equal to 80, or the next one is prep course is greater than or is equal to 70. Close the bracket. Now your logical test is complete. Give me value if true. What if this is true? They can register. So I can click, I'll enter register in the true value or cannot register in the false value. Or I can say yes or no. Rather than saying, if you see the heading, it says yes or no. So I can just put yes or no here. So I'll put yes, comma, no. It's an easier way to just put it. But depending on what is you're looking for, it's a free text, you can use that. Close the bracket, enter. Now you can drag the formula down. And depending on whether the student has scored more than 80 or not. So now if you see student D, it has neither scored 80 or more in certification, nor has it scored 70 or more in the prep course. And thus it is showing a no. If you see student J, it has not scored more than 80 in certification, nor has it scored more than 70 in the prep course. And that's the reason again it is showing no. If you look at one more example, if you see this one, student E, they have not scored more than 80 in certification. However, they have scored more than 70 in the prep course. That's the reason the result is yes. So this is how you can use the if and not together, or rather if and if not together. Now moving on to the next one, which is the if error function. So the if error function, when working in Excel, sometimes we will experience errors. These errors can be hash NA, hash value, hash reference, etc. You must have definitely seen all these errors when you're working in Excel. In this tutorial, we will look at how to use if error function in Excel to deal with these errors constructively. Let's see an example on my sheet. In this scenario, what is happening is we have a data set consisting of columns of numerator and a column of denominator. Then we have a column that contains the result of dividing the numerator by the denominator. There are some zeros in the denominator like this, this. So because of this, it will cause a div error. that is the hash div/0-error. For these rows in the result column, we could go a step further and make Excel place a 0 in those rows to replace the error for the sake of a cleaner look. But it should not interfere with the calculation of all other rows. To do this, we will use the if error function. So how do we do that? So I will start by typing and function. If you see that I have already put the result here. So instead of doing that, I will first do an if error function in another cell. And I'll show you how does that work. Now, what am I trying to do is, if you see the syntax of the if error function, it says value. Value, that means which value are you looking at, whether there is an error. So I'm looking at C2, comma, if value if error. If it is an error, what should the value be in case if it's an error? I need a 0. So then I close the bracket, enter. Now if I drag the formula, you will see wherever there was a div error, it will automatically give me a 0. However, now it is giving me a different cell. If I want to do it in the same cell, how do I do that? Then wherever my formula is, after the equal to, the formula starts. So after equal to, I'm going to put if error, open the bracket. Inside the bracket where the value is, I will put the formula for which I'm looking for the error. In this case, it is A2 divided by B2, numerator divided by denominator, comma, value if true, I'll have to put 0. There was one thing that I mentioned here, I have put a inverted comma. I don't need to put a inverted comma in case of numbers. So here, when I put a 0 and drag the formula, you will see that wherever there was a div error, it has automatically given me a 0 result. Why? Because now I have got a formula for using the paste special. Here we have. So you will see that the result I can see is 0 for each one of them, wherever there was a div error. So moving on to the next one, which is the if na error. If na error is one of returns a value user specifies in the expression whether the function encounters the na error. Otherwise, the function returns the cell value. So similar to the if error function. So one of the shortcomings of error function is that it acts as a catch all errors. So even if it is a div error, na value reference, it catches everything. This means that it covers several errors, and the consequences of this error is that if error isn't really helpful in helping you distinguish between the different types of error, and sometimes may hide a particular error that you would like to fix. If na function is used to trap and handle only na errors that may arise in the formula, especially those that perform lookup using match, VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, etc. The na function will only handle na errors, which means other errors may be generated by the formula will still display. So in VLOOKUP, when do you get an error? When the data is not available in the sheet. So you'll get an error. In that case, and if you're getting an error like a NA error. So if you're getting that kind of an error, then you will have to definitely use a function which will tell you that this data is not available. If you're getting a ref error, that means there is a referencing error. That means the data is there, but we don't even know if the data is there or not. But the referencing error means we have not given a right reference to the cell reference, and that's the reason I'm getting an error. So to ensure that I don't hide the reference error, I only highlight the NA error. I am going to use the if NA function. How do I use the if NA function? Similar to the if error function, I start in the another column. You will see that in the permission received here, I have done a VLOOKUP and found the result from this table. We will do VLOOKUP ahead, so we'll know how does the VLOOKUP function also work. For as of now, with the VLOOKUP function, I have been able to derive data for some, but the rest of them where I can see the NA, that means that this data is not available in the table. So if I'm going to say to Excel that if the answer is NA, what answer is NA? This one is NA, then give me a blank data or give me no data available. Again, like I said, it's a free text, but you have to put it in the inverted commas. Once you have that, you will be able to get that result. So no data available. Now I can just drag the formula down. So for each one of them, wherever the data is not available, it will give me the result as no data available. Now, how do I copy the same result or the same formula in the VLOOKUP function? Similar to if error, I'm going to do after the equal to if NA, open the bracket, VLOOKUP function I have done in the values, comma, value if NA. What do I need? No data available. Close the quotes, close the bracket, enter. Wherever there is no data available, it will automatically give me the result as no data available. The rest of them, wherever the data is available, the if NA error will give me the correct answer. Only if there is an error, it will look for that error and replace it with a no data available. Now, let's move on to the nested if function. So how does the nested if function work? Nested if is not an inbuilt function. In fact, it is not a function at all. When you have multiple conditions to meet, the false value in if is being replaced by another if function to make a further test. For example, let's look at my nested if function. So when I'm starting with a if function, any if function will have a value if true and value if false. So value if true, I put a comma here. As soon as the value if false starts, I start with a next if function. This is what it means. So moving on to our list. Supposing you have a list of employees in column A, which we already have here, and you have the department in column B, and the bonus amount to be paid to each employee is decided based on the condition given in this table. So to the sales department, they're giving a bonus of 10,000. For the admin, they have agreed to give a bonus of 5,000. For marketing, 8,000, R&D 4,000, and for others, it is 3,000. So looking at the nested if function, I have to do, say, the bonus that I have to identify is in column E. How do I identify bonus? So first and foremost I have to do is, if I look at this, I start with the if function because I know that the if function works something similar to this one. So I'm going to first type only the formula. So I start with an if function is equal to if. Why I'm using if is because I know that when I'm using a if function, the if function has the true and the false value. Here I have to see if the sales is true, then give me 10,000. If it is not true, then I have to look for other things. So the first and the foremost that I'm going to do is I need to identify if this cell contains sales. If it contains sales, then I'll give 10,000. So let me put it in a different bucket in the first place. If it is sales, I have to give 10,000. So this is my first bucket. Say bucket 1. I'm putting a bucket also here. So I know what I'm talking about. This is my bucket 1 contains sales. Bucket 2 contains admin, which I'm going to give 5,000. Bucket 3 contains marketing. Now marketing, I have to remember that the spelling is a little different from what we normally write. So 8,000. Then bucket 4 contains R&D. For R&D, the bonus is 4,000. Bucket 5 contains others. Now what is others? The ones which are not falling in these lists are all others. So looking at this data, you should be able to identify how are we going to put it in the list that we have here. So this is my list here. To start with any function, I have to start with an equal to sign. But in this case, I have to again start with is equal to if function. If function, the logical test. What is my first logical test is that I have to look if the department is equal to sales. Department for who? I will look for department for Raja Raymond Dekar, and the Raja Raymond Dekar's department result is sitting in B2. So I select B2 is equal to, what am I looking for? Sales. So B2 is equal to sales. So either I can select this sales, I can select this cell which says sales, or I can put it in the double quotes as sales. Either way it will work. So as of now, I'm going to select sales from here, comma. So I say that if B2 is equal to sales, then give me value if true. What should it give me if the result is sales? It should give me 10,000. So again, I can either put 10,000 as 10000, or I can select this H2 as the column or the cell reference because the 10,000 is there in the cell. But remember, if you remove this cell reference or if you edit anything in the cell reference, the result will also change here. Now, moving on to the next one. So value if true. I know the value if true is 10,000, but what if the value if false? I know if it is sales, I have to give 10,000. But what if it is not sales? Then I am telling Excel that please look for the other condition. What is the other condition? Whether B2 is equal to admin. That is my second condition that I have to look for. So B2 is equal to admin. So I select the admin, comma. What if it is admin? Give me 5,000. So it is true. What if it is false? Again, I start with another formula. I say B2 is equal to marketing. Now I have to remember I cannot take G2 because marketing spelling here is different from the marketing spelling here. So what I'll have to do is I'll have to put it in the inverted commas, marketing, comma. This data which I'm typing in the double quotes is not case sensitive. So you can put it as MKTG in all capital, doesn't matter. Now again 8,000 we can take a cell reference because there is no spelling thing here, comma. Again, I start with an if. Why if? Because this time I have to look for B2 again. B2 is equal to R&D, comma. If it is an R&D, give me 4,000. Or if it is not R&D, just remember now, again putting a if will not work because if I put a if here, I will have to say which other departments are available. So what are the departments left after admin, sales, admin, marketing, and R&D? There are personnel, there is director, there is finance, there is all CCD is there. So all these departments are left out. So are we going to put each one of them under saying if this give me 3,000? So not for all of them am I going to put 3,000 every time. So how do I ensure that in one go I don't have to give all the conditions together. Instead, I can give 3000 in the end, saying that if none of the conditions are fulfilled, then value if false will be 3000. So why am I getting this error? Because I had to put brackets for each one of them. So one bracket that I put, you will see that the bracket is for first if function. Second bracket I put, it is for the second if function. Third bracket I put for the third if function, and the fourth bracket I put for the fourth if function. Now when I press enter, it will go ahead and it will see that wherever there is data which is closer to the we are looking for, it will give the answer. However, if you see on the result here, the result is showing as 3000. But if you see our department, it is admin. So it should ideally show a result as 5000. Why is it giving an error? What I have done is when I'm looking at the list, I have given the cell references. When I'm giving a cell reference, I have to ensure that it is exact spelling should match. It is not case sensitive, but the spelling has to match. So what has gone wrong in this? If I go and check here, I will see that the admin is without any space. It looks all fine. Here also it says admin. But if I double click inside, I'll see that the admin has a space at the end. So when I remove the space, it gives me the correct result. However, that's the reason I always suggest that you should, rather than using these cell references, it is better to use the names there. So this was one way of doing it. But after your cell reference is done, you cannot drag it directly. You'll have to actually see which cell references needs to be freezed. Like you'll have to freeze G2. Why? Because G2 will always remain G2. So let's do one thing, rather than making this more complicated, let's do in another cell and try and do it with the names in the double quotes. So first we have done it with the references. Now we will do it in the double quotes. So how do I do? If open bracket logical test, now we are doing it for the second one. So the logical test is B3 is equal to sales. Even easier to type the sales, then give me 10,000 or give me value if false. Again, I'll have to start with if. What is the second one? B3 is equal to admin. This time if it is admin, I have to get 5000. Now in the false, we will put the if condition again. If B3 is equal to marketing, again marketing we will put it as MKTG, comma, value if true. What do we need if it is the value if true? We need the result as 8000. So I'll put 8000 here, comma, what is the next one? If again B3 is equal to R&D, then give me 4000. The last one that we did there was 3000. So I've not given any cell references this time. I've immediately just taken the result in the inverted commas. You'll see that the difference now. There you are getting all zero zeros or some other numbers. Here you can get a better result. Wherever there is admin, it will give you 5000. Marketing, it will give you 8000. Let's copy the result even in the first one so that the formula is copied now. So it is always advisable to put it with a hand so that it becomes more constant. So you don't have to keep freezing those cells which are the cell references. This is how you do the nested if function. Let's move on to the next one. The next on our list is the text function. What are those text functions? Start with the first function that we can see is the lower function. Let's move on to our list. The lower function will convert your text into a lower case. Like any text that you have in a cell, you can use this lower function to convert it into a lower text. In example, is equal to lower. Open the bracket, then I select the first name, I close the bracket. You will see that the Raja has changed the case to all lowercase. Earlier it was R was capital, all the others were lower, but this time it is all lower. Similarly, when you're doing an uppercase, the same function will apply where you can use the upper and all the characters or all the alphabets in the text, it will convert into a uppercase. You will see that I have been able to convert the first name into all uppercase. Similarly, the third one which we have on the list is a proper case. Proper case, just like lower and upper function, proper works in a similar fashion. The difference is that proper function converts the first letter into uppercase while changing the rest of the letters into lowercase. So how do we do this? Here we have the same cases. So let's use the uppercase letters that we have here. So is equal to proper and then select the one in the upper column. Enter. You get the first character or the first alphabet as upper and the rest all will be lower. This is how your upper, lower and the proper functions work. The next function that we'll have on the text function list is the left function. Left function extracts a given number of characters from the left side of the supply text or string. So if I say is equal to left and select the text from which I need to extract the data and then comma, I can give the number of characters that I need to extract from the left side of this text. So I select say 3. Once I select 3, it will give me the first 3 characters from the left. This is how your left function works. Now, similar to the left function, we have the right function. So is equal to right. I select the same name. I give 3 characters from the right. It will give me AJA. Why? Because it is taking it from the right. This is how your right function will work. Moving on to the next one. What is the next function that we have on our list? We have mid function in the list. The mid function works in a similar fashion as the left and the right. It will not extract data from the left or right. It will extract characters or data from the middle of the text, where you are required to provide the starting position and the given number of characters from the starting position. So for example, is equal to mid. Then we select the text. Say this time I'm selecting the last name because it's a bigger character. I have to tell where I need to start. So it will not decide on its own from where in the middle. You will have to give a data as to where they need to start. So I need to start, say, from the third character. So I can give 3 in the start number. And now the number of characters from the third character. So when I say from the third character, number of characters, it's YMO, say 3 characters I want from the third character. So I will get the answer from the middle. It is third character is RAY and YMO is the 3 characters after the third character. This is how your mid functions work. Moving on to the next one is your len function. Len function provides the length of the characters in the cell. For example, to identify the number of characters in the first name, I will enter is equal to len, and then I'll select the first name column and close the bracket, enter. I'll get the number of characters in the first name column. This is how your len function works. If you drag all these formulas, you will get the data for each one of them. Moving on to the next function, the exact function. The Excel exact function compares two text in the different cells and returns true if they are same and false if not. Exact is case sensitive. Let's see how does that work. Say I have the data like apple and apple. I have apple and I have small letter apple. I have apple all capital and then I have apple all small. So it is like different cases that I have it in. Only if both the characters are the same, it will give me a true result. So I just put exact, open the bracket, text1, comma, text2. I close the bracket, enter. It will give me true because both are at the same case and the apple both the names are the same in both the cells and even the cases are the same. Same goes with if I go and try the exact function in this one, A2 and B2, close the bracket, enter, give me a false result. Why false result? Because in A2, the data that I've entered, the character that is entered in a proper order, like we have that proper function. So it is like first character, the first letter is capital, rest are all small. But in the B2, we have all small letters. Same if I try and copy the formula to the third one, it will give me a false because all capital in the A3 while all small in B3. So this is the exact function works in this way. Moving on to the next one that we have on our list is the R and between function. What is an R and between function? R and between function returns the random number between the specified values. So it will just give you a random number between the values. For example, I give 20 and I give 100 and I use R and between function. I have to give two numbers. One is the bottom and the top number. So bottom will be the lowest number while the top number will be the highest number. Between this, it will give me a number. Every time I refresh the sheet, like I go and calculate sheet, it will give me different numbers every time between 20 and 100. So it is a random number that it will pick and give you. This is how your R and between functions work. Moving on to the next one is the name ranges. In Excel, you can create name that refers to cell or cells on the worksheet, specific values or formulas. After you define the Excel names, you can use those names and formula instead of using a constant value or the cell reference. Let's see how you can name a range or a cell easily and how you to use them in a formulas to make your life simpler. Let's see our VLOOKUP formula that we have on our list. I can name the table or a database, which in our case is A1 to E10. I can go to the name box. Not necessary, I can only select this whole table. I can select even one cell for that matter. I can select only one cell and give the name here in the name box. This is called as a name box. So I can go there, enter the name as Matt, which is name given inside the data. I can click enter. Once I do that, this cell name becomes Matt. If I want to give the name to a particular range, like this full range, I can say student's name. So I can just put the students. I cannot give a space in the name, so I can put students and then name after an underscore and press an enter. what happens is it changes the name of those range of cells to student's name. This is how I have given the name to this range. Now, how do I modify any of the name ranges that I have given already? If you go to formulas in the ribbon, under formulas, you will see something called as name manager. If you click on the name manager, you will see all the list of data or all the list of ranges where the ranges have been named. For example, I have named this range, which you can see now. I'm looking for the name range that I have just done, which is student's name. I double click on that and then change or modify the name range by clicking on refer to. I can change the name also if I have to by clicking on that name column that I can see on the wizard. Once I click on that name and then give a name there, I will be able to change the name of that particular range. Then the next one that I can see on the list is refers to. This part is the range which I want to give the name to. So I have selected that range and I can give the name to that range. So this is how can modify it if I have to. You can also delete it if you don't want that range name. Click on delete, click OK. Same thing, we had given one more name here, which is the mat. I can also select that, delete it, and it is gone. This is how you can modify or delete or add any name ranges to a cell or a column. Moving on to the next function that we have on our list are the lookup functions. Under lookup function, the first function that we are going to see is the VLOOKUP. VLOOKUP is the most well-known Excel function. VLOOKUP is an inbuilt function that is designed to work with data that is organized into columns like this that we have here, into the columns. For a specified value, the function finds the value in one column of the data and returns the corresponding value from another column. Three conditions to be filled for VLOOKUP to work. One, there should be a common data which can be looked upon to derive the corresponding data. Example, if you see, here I have the student name mentioned here and I need to know their marks that they have scored in the subject maths. In another range that I have here, I can see that I have the student's name and their marks in different subjects that I have listed here. Now, what I need to do is I need to derive the marks of the student mentioned in cell H1. So the first condition that needs to be fulfilled to do a VLOOKUP function is that there should be a common data which can be looked upon to derive the corresponding value. So what is that we can look upon? The name. Name is the common data here. Bob is here, Bob is here. So that's the common data that is there. What is the second condition? The common data is identified, should be unique in itself. So Bob should not be twice in the data. If it is twice in the table, then it will only pick up the data for the first Bob. And the second Bob will be ignored by VLOOKUP function. So we have to ensure that it is not duplicate. It is always unique. Data that you need to derive should always be on the right side of the lookup value in the database from where you want to derive the corresponding value. So it should always be on the right hand side. That means the data that you need to derive, this is the data that you need to derive, right? This part should always be on the right hand side of the data that you're looking for. So you're looking for Bob and your maths marks is on the right. So this is also condition is fulfilled. So how do we start to do the VLOOKUP function to get our result? I do an equal to VLOOKUP, open the bracket. I have to look for Bob. So I select Bob. In which table? I have to select this table, comma, which column index number. So this is the first column index number because I'm looking for the Bob in this column. And the math, I have to get the answer from the second column, which is marks in maths. So 2, 0. Close the bracket, enter. I get the result as 88. Now, even if I change the name here from Bob to Samaria, I'll still get the result as 44 because there is a formula already entered here. This is how your VLOOKUP function works. Moving on to the next one is your HLOOKUP function. Similar to VLOOKUP function, HLOOKUP is a horizontal lookup. So VLOOKUP is a vertical lookup while HLOOKUP is horizontal lookup. The syntax for HLOOKUP is similar to VLOOKUP. However, HLOOKUP is looking for value horizontally. The third argument in HLOOKUP is row index number. So with another example where I have a similar data with the names of the students shown in the first row, their marks are shown in the second, third and fourth row. I have to fetch the marks in English for the student's name mentioned in column A9. Again, the similar way I have to do like we are doing VLOOKUP. Why we do VLOOKUP? Because we have to look for data from the column. But this time you have to look data in the horizontal manner like this. So what I'll do is equal to HLOOKUP, find Steve, comma, in what? In the database, comma, this time I'm Steve. What I have to look for is the marks in English. So 1, 2, 3 and 4. So 4, comma 0. Now when I change the name of the student, it should still give me the correct marks. This is how your HLOOKUP works, similar to the VLOOKUP. Moving on to the next one, what do we have on our list is the formula auditing. Under formula auditing, there is first one under the formula auditing is the trace precedence or dependence. Tracing precedence and dependence help the user to identify the reference cells used in the formula or function. What is the difference between precedence and dependence? Precedence are cells or ranges that affect the active cell's value. Dependence are cells or ranges that is affected by active cell. So how does that work? So to see what other cells are referenced in the active cell formula, click the trace precedence button. To see which other cell contains a reference to the active cell, click on the trace dependence buttons. Let's see how that works. I'm trying to identify which cell is this coming from. This data or this result is coming from, which are this linked to. So I click on trace precedence. That means where is it coming from? So it is saying that this whole table and from this cell. If I have to say the dependence on this, so I have just seen the precedence. Now I want to first remove the arrows from this because I can see the remove. So I can just click on remove arrows and all the arrows will be removed. So now I cannot see the precedence. Now I want to see if there is any dependent on this cell like A9. So I click on trace dependence and it is telling me that this cell is dependent on your cell A9. So this is the difference between the dependence and the precedence. Now moving on to the next one is the error checking. What is an error checking function? This is again part of the formula auditing. Error checking helps the user to identify which cell has the error occurred. This can be very useful when you have a big list of data and you have entered formulas in different parts of the sheet to get the desired results. So for example, let's move on to our sheet where we had the errors. We had it in a if error function. I remove the error from here. I will remove if error so that the error stays in this list. Now I know that the error is there in this list. Yo, div, these are all the errors that I can see on the list. Now it is very much clear because I can see this is a small data, but if it was a big data and I want to identify where the error comes from, I can click on error checking and it will tell me where the error sits. So error in cell C3, there is only one error that I can see. Now I can click on next to get onto the next error, which I can see cell C7. Next I can see cell C9. Now I can either edit in the formula bar to change the error so that it doesn't give you the error or show calculation type. When you click on the calculation, it will tell you where the error happens by clicking on evaluate. Once you click on evaluate, it will give you where the error has actually happened. This is how your check error works. Next on our list that we have is the show formulas. Here I can see only the result of the formula. Only when I go onto the cell, I will be able to see in the formula bar the formulas that I have entered. To see the formula in the whole sheet, I can just click on show formula and all the formulas will be displayed automatically on the list. So you'll not see the result, but you will see the formula that I have entered on that sheet. This is how your shape show formula works. Next to column allows you to move the text from one column to another, effectively splitting text entries into the two separate spaces. To separate the content of one Excel cell into separate columns, you can use the text to column wizard. Let's look into our sheet where I have an example. Example in my sheet has full name of the employees given in one of the columns. I want to split them into two different cells. So how do I split them? So I want to split them in such a way that last name stays in A, but the first name moves to the B column. To perform this action, I'll have to use the text to column. First thing I need to do is to identify the separator in the data. In our case, we can see that the first and the last name is separated by a comma. So our separator is a comma. However, in Excel terms, this separator is called as delimiter. So how to perform the text to column to separate this list using this delimiter? I will select the whole data or the whole column where I need to separate this list from, and then I'll go to data. Under data, I'll see text to column. Click on that. A text to column wizard will open up. Under the text to column wizard, I'll see something called as delimited, which is our separator. I have to enter the separator in the next window. I will remove the tab which is a default value and just pick the comma as my separator. and then click on finish. As soon as I do that, the first name and the surname will move into two different cells. So you saw that one way to do that was to use a delimiter because we had a delimiter or a separator in our data. Now, however, if you do not have a separator in your data, or rather you know that you have a data that can be split with a fixed width. Now, where we have a fixed width, we can use another set of information on the text to column wizard, which is the fixed width information here. So like for example, we have this dates mentioned here. I want to separate the year from the date, like the first date, month and the year. So I want to separate the month and date in one column, in one cell, and the year should move to the next cell. I'll use fixed width. In the next window, I will see the ruler on the top. I can move the ruler using my left click and selecting a ruler on the page. Once I do that, now I only need the date or the year to be in the next column. So I separate between or put a ruler between the year and the previous information and click on finish. It will automatically move the year to the next column. This is how your text to column wizard works. Let's move on to our next function on our list that we have is the data validation. What is data validation? Data validation is a feature in Excel used to control what a user can enter into the cell and simply display a message to the user telling what is allowed. Data validation is a feature that allows you to perform number of actions like make list of entries that restricts the values in the cell. Like I'll have this list of names. So when I am entering any other name other than this list, I will get an error. Create a prompt message explaining the kind of data allowed in the cell. We will see how we can do that. So we are creating a message or a kind of a comment which tells the user that this kind of data is required. Create a message that appears when incorrect data is entered. So as soon as you enter an incorrect data, it will give you a pop-up message saying that this is an incorrect data. Please enter a correct one. Check for incorrect entries by using the auditing toolbar. So we can do that as well. Set a range of numeric values that can be entered in the cell and determine if an entry is valid based on the calculations in another cell. So let's see how the data validation feature works. So I have this registration form here, which has the first heading. I can see the registration form number. Then is the name of the student who have registered for it. Then we can see the course that the student wish to enroll. Then you have the gender and if they are graduate, yes or no. Now I have a list of courses that I have mentioned in one of the cells here or one of the column here. Four courses that the college offers. One is a post-graduation diploma, Master of Business Management, Diploma in Business Management, Bachelor's of Business Administration. So student can only select out of these four courses. They cannot select any other course other than these four courses. So what I'll do is instead of telling them again and again, please don't select or don't enter any other and allowing them to enter a free text, I would use a data validation technique where I go to data and click on data validation. Under settings, I can put list as my data and under source, I will select the information which I have in this list. As soon as I click on OK, you will see that a drop down list is created in this cell. Now the student who is entering the information here will enter something like this, their name, and then the courses that they wish to enroll. They cannot put anything, like they cannot even put a short form. No, they will have to select from the list that they can see here. If they don't put it that way, they will get an error. Now, gender can be male, female, or anything that they want to enter. If they are a graduate, yes or no. So this is a kind of information that they can enter into the form. However, now we have course that they wish to enroll. We just went to data validation where we put the list and then entered the source from one of the columns where we had already entered the source. Now we also want the students to know that what they need to enter. Before we do that, there is another cell here. So this was only done for this cell, which is cell C2. If I want to copy this data validation in the rest of the cells, I can just copy that and go to select till the place where I want this to be copied and paste it. Control C and Control V. So it will paste, the data validation will be pasted in all the cells. Next is, if you see the registration form number where I can see is, I want the students only who have registration form numbers till 101 to be able to fill this form. This form is to be filled by students who have the registration number until 101. If they have registration number 102, they should not be able to enter the form here. So how do I do that? I will first select all the cells where I'm sure that they are going to enter the registration form number. Now I go again to the data validation. Under data validation, this time I'll not select list. When do I select list is when I have the source with me. This time I don't have a source. They can enter any number from 1 to 101, any number. They cannot select anything below 1 and anything beyond 101. So what I'll do is I'll give them a number as between. So first I'll select whole number. Allow whole number between. Why between? Because I don't want them to put anything 0 or below 0. So what I'll do is between. Minimum should be 1. Maximum that they can enter should be 101. So as soon as I enter the minimum and the maximum data and click on OK, now if I enter any data below 1, I'll get an error. Or if I put data beyond 101, I'll again get an error. Now, how do I ensure that the students know that what numbers that they have to put? If they put 2, that is okay. If they put 101, that is also okay. So I have to tell students that please enter the data only if you have a registration form number till 101. So what I can do again in the data validation window, there is something called as in the settings you entered whole number, then between and the numbers. Now there is something called as input message in the data validation window. Here you can input a message for the user who's going to use this form. So here in our case it is the students. So I will enter registration form or registration number till 101. So here I'm saying that registration number till 101. I can also put an input message. This was the title that I'm saying, or I can just put a registration number. And then I would say input message as please enter numbers between 1 to 101. No forms will be accepted if your registration number is not between the prescribed or number is beyond 101. So this is how you can make the changes. If you realize that I have made a spelling mistakes, I can go back, put in the input message, remove, click OK. Now, this is for telling them that as soon as I go to the cell, it will automatically give me that message as soon as I go to any of the cells here. However, I have not selected the whole form. So what I can do is I can go back and enter the message here, or I can just copy the data from here till the end. So what will happen is now, as soon as I go to any cell in this column, it will automatically give me that input message here. Next that I can do is I know that by now that I can only enter 101. I have already input a message for them. Another thing that I can do on data validation is I can decide what should be the error message that should occur. So if I put anything like 102, this is the kind of error message that you get. Microsoft Excel, this value doesn't match with the data validation restriction defined for this cell. This is not very clear. It is a default message that comes for any error in the data validation. So we can enter a message for the user so that they know that what error they have made. There is one option you can see in the style. You can keep it as stop because you're stopping the user to enter the data. In the title, you can say error and then error messages, or you can say warning or not warning. You can say something error. And then in the error message, you can say please enter data between 1 to 101. Okay, this is how you can do it. So what happens is now when I go onto this and enter 102, see, the error message has changed. Please enter the number between 1 to 101. You can customize the error message also on the data validation screen. This is how you can create your data validation and try and make it as per your convenience. Let's move on to the next one, or in this case, we can do one more data validation that I have here. We need to ensure that no entry that we are seeing here for the registration number, if anybody is going to put the registration number here, they should not be able to put any duplicate registration numbers. Or rather, let me go to a new sheet. Let's say I have an employee code to be entered, their name, department. I want to tell the employees that please enter your employee code, your name and the department in this sheet. However, I need to ensure that no employee enters a duplicate value in the employee code column because every employee should have a unique employee code. They may not do it purposely, but it may happen that they by mistake they would enter a wrong employee code, and that could be a duplication to the employee code that somebody has already entered. So to avoid that, I can use the data validation feature. Again, I'll select the column where I want the duplication to be avoided. Click on data validation. Under data validation in the settings, I will use a formula. What formula? Depending on what is my requirement, I can always use a formula. So to identify any duplicate in a cell, I can use a COUNTIF function. So when I use a COUNTIF function, I identify how many times a particular data is coming in that range. So what I do is I'll select this range, comma, my criteria is Mehta. So I want to understand how many times the Mehta comes into this picture. See, there are two Mehtas. So it will give me a result as 2. So I will use this COUNTIF method to my advantage. How? So I'll select the the employee code column, go to data validation. Under data validation, I will select custom. In the custom, I'm going to put the formula is equal to COUNTIF into bracket. What do I need now? I need to identify if this range contains a duplicate. So I select A to A, comma A, the same way. So what I'm going to say is, by now I know that COUNTIF counts the number of times it occurs. Now I want to ensure that it doesn't go beyond 1. The data should only occur once. So what I'll do is less than 2, I can say. Or I can say is less than or equal to 1. So it can be one time, but it cannot be more than 1. So what I can say, it has to be less than 2. So that means what will happen is or less than or equal to 1. So less than or equal to 1, that means if this answer to this is 0, which is okay, that means the data has not occurred as yet. If this is equal to 1, that means one time that employee code has been entered, that should be fine. But if it is more than one time, then it should give me an error. So I click on OK. Now when I enter the data, go to data validation. Under data validation in the customs, I'm going to put a formula is equal to COUNTIF. We all know how to use the COUNTIF. So select whole column, comma. Because we are starting from the first cell, so I'll have to give the first cell as also as the one of the cell is less than or equal to 1. Once I do this, I click on OK. Now if I enter the information twice, it will give me an error. So you can see that I have already entered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as an employee code for one of the employees. If I put again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it will give me an error. Now you know that you can customize this error message also. This is how your custom data validation works, and you can add more than this formulas which we just learned depending on what is your requirement. Moving on to the next one on our list is the what if tools. So what if analysis? This sits under the data tab in the Excel ribbon here. So there are three options under what if analysis. One is goal seek, another one is data tables, and the third one is scenario managers. So how does these three functions work? So let's first start with the goal seek function. Goal seek is an inbuilt Excel tool that allows you to see how one data item is in a formula impacts another. You might look at this as a cause and effect scenarios. It's useful to answer what if type question because you can adjust one cell entry to see the result. The tool is you often used in finance, sales, and forecasting scenarios, but there are other uses. Let's look at a simple example. The current model contains the following information. Number of units, 500, which is being sold. The retail price of the unit is $25. Selling discount that we are giving on this, or we have already given to the customer, is 10%. And the revenue we have to calculate. So however I calculate revenue by deducting or removing a new sale prices, retail price, which is 25 minus 10% of $25, and then I have multiplied it with 500 units. So the total revenue, it comes to $11,250. Now using goal seek function, I need to identify how many units have to be sold to reach a 20,000 revenue goal. So our goal is what? $20,000. I want to reach this goal by how many? So my sale price remains the same, my discount remains the same. I want to understand that how can I achieve a 20,000 goal? How many units I'll have to sell to do that? As soon as I go to goal seek, there are three values that I'll have to enter. One is the set cell. That means which cell I need to set to 20,000. This is a revenue cell because there I have the formula. Which value? That means what value I need in this cell. 20,000 by changing what? Which cell I need to change or which data I need to change? I need to change the number of units. So I'll select the number of unit cell. I click on OK. So it calculates automatically and gives me the number of units that needs to be sold, approximately 889 units. So this is how you can use your goal seek to your advantage. Now let's see another example for the goal seek that I have on my list. So I have data for quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, and quarter 4. The gross profit, or rather I would say the revenue that has been generated out of it. The out of revenue, this is the percentage of profit. Rest is all cost, administrative or any other cost that is there. Or this are the percentage of profit that we have earned out of this gross sales. The net profit that we earned is the percentage of this gross sale. So every time out of this $1 lakh, I have taken 10% as a net profit. Out of 1,50,000, I got 15% as net profit. Same 50,000, I got 12% as net profit. In the quarter 4, we do not know what is the gross sale. The quarter 4 has not yet occurred. So we are not sure what it is going to be. But similar to this 3, this one is also going to be percentage of the gross sale. percentage will be 15%. This time we have decided our goal is to get 15%. So what I did is I'll have to enter a formula in such a way that I get 15% of this value. How can I do that? Is equal to this multiply by this. So this will be my percentage value, or this will be the profit value from the gross sale. As of now, I have entered a net profit, or the total profit for the year that I have earned till now is 38,500. How did I get that? By adding all the 4 quarters. Fourth quarter value I still don't have, but I have added all the 4 quarters and got the answer as 38,500. Now using GoalSeek, I have to find out what is the fourth quarter revenue must be to reach the goal of 50,000 profit. So my condition is I have to get this value, which I can see 38,500 to 50,000. So my cell will be 50,000. So I go to GoalSeek, my set cell will be E13, which is correct. What should I set it to? 50,000. And by changing what? I need to change the gross sales. This cannot be changed. I have to change the gross sales. And depending on the gross sale, the percentage of profit is decided. Here we go. This is how your GoalSeek functions work. The next we will see now is the data tables. Instead of entering the formulas and variables individually, to compare results, we can set up a data table with 1 or 2 variables. Data tables are one of the Excel's what if analysis features. Let's see how does the data tables work. I have the list of sale price, the similar data that we had seen earlier. We have the sale price at $1,750. Then I have the quantity that I have sold with this price. But there is also a discount on this price that is available, which is 10%. I've given a discount. And the cost price that I have on my product is 1,500. Now I have to understand that what is the question is find the total revenue when the discount percentage is changed. So as of now, my total revenue would be, I have to first identify what is my total revenue with this data. So how will I do that is 1750 is my sale price. I can multiply this by 25, but if you see there is a 10% discount. So what I do is I'll have to minus my sale price from the discount, which is C2 into 10%. We all remember the BODMAS theory, so we will have to use the brackets appropriately. Multiply by my number of quantity. After 10% discount, this is the revenue that I'm going to earn. Now I want to identify if I change my discount percentage, what will be my revenue? How much it is going to affect? So instead of going and doing it for each one of them, I can just select and getting the percentage of discount for each one of them getting an answer. I would rather go to the what if analysis and do a data table function. When I click on data tables, the first thing that it asks me is whether you want a row input cell or column input cell. What is the difference? Here the data that we are looking at is the column. It is coming in the column. So we will have to select the column input cell. What is changing? Our discount. This percentage is changing as per the discount. So I'll have to select the discount. However, before we get into this, I will have to select my data where I need the result. If I don't select the data, let's see what happens. It just doesn't understand where I need to paste it. So I'll have to first select the data, go to what if analysis. I do data tables. Under data tables, I'll have to select column input cell because I'm getting the answers in the column, and 10% because my percentage of discount is changing. Don't select the percentage from here. Always select the percentage from your base data. Click on OK. See if you'll see that this is the amount of revenue that I'm going to earn. Similarly, we have another example here where I have the list of data where I have the sale price, I have quantity, discount, cost price. Here I have to find the total profit of the discount amount and the sale price changes as given in the table. So what I'm saying is if my percentage of discount changes from 10% to 15%, 15 to 20, 20 to 25 and more, along with that, if I also change my price, like the product price, how am I going to work on that? Or how am I going to get a result as? What is the profit that I'm going to earn? So what I did was in the first place, I'll have to again put a formula here to identify what is my profit with the current state. First, I'm identifying my new sale price, this minus this into 10%, this. So this is the first how we get the sale price. From this, I'll have to minus 1500, which is the cost price for per product. Once I minus this, you have to put appropriate brackets because it is very important that we know where the brackets are to be entered. Or rather than putting 15 minus 1500, I'll select the cell. Close the bracket into 25. This is a profit that I earn in case I have this data or the sale price, this cost price. Now I'm trying to understand that if I change my discount percentage and I increase my price, so what happens is when you go to a departmental store, you see big discounts given by those departmental stores like 30%, 40%, 50%. but do they cover up their losses? They cannot give you discount of 40% without changing the price of the product, because if they do that, they will not be able to cover the losses or they cover the expenses that they have. So what they do is they increase the price of the product and then give you 50% discount, 60% discount. So how do they identify? By using this data tables method. So I have selected, I have entered the profit, I have selected where I need this data. I click on data tables. Now this time I have rows as well as input. What are my row input cell? My row input cell is my selling price and my column input cell is my discount. Here you get the result of, if I increase my price to 2000 and a discount of 10%, this is what my amount that I get. So this is how you can use a data table to your advantage in order to get the result. On to the next one, which is a scenario manager. Here I have an example, or rather, let's see actually what does a scenario manager do. Your scenario manager creates different groups of values or scenarios and switches between them. So that means you have a group of scenarios, like if you have decided on some things like I need 10% of the interest, but if you want to see that how much profit you will earn if you get 20% of interest, 30% of interest, that kind of thing when you want, you can still go and keep checking how you can do that. So let's go and check in our data where there we have. So in my sheet, you will see that I have a information where I say that assume you have a bookstore and have 100 books in the store. You sell a certain percentage of the highest price of $50 and a certain percentage for the lower price of $20. So you have decided maybe some percentage you will sell for higher price of $60. The remaining you will sell it for $20. Now to start doing this, what I'll have to do is I'll have to first list down the number of books that I have, which I have entered here already, total number of books, then the percentage sold for the higher price, which is, I'm saying 70%. I can also put 60% if I want to. Now, the next thing that I have to do is I'll have to put a formula in my list wherein I'm saying that number of books that I have sold at a higher price and number of books that I have sold at a lower price and what is the unit price of which is sold at. So I have started putting it in the list where I say that the number of books that is being sold at a higher price is 60. Number of books that is sold at a lower price is 40. Why? Because I'm saying that 60% of the books I have sold at a higher price. So rather than putting 60 here, I would calculate the amount 60. So how do I do that? By entering a formula. 100 is a total book multiply by the number of percentage of the higher price, which is 60%. So that comes to 60. The remaining will be at the lower price. So what I do is equal to the 100, which is the total books where it is in the cell A4 minus the highest price books, which is this. So it comes to 40. Now, what is the higher price value, which is $50 and the $20, which I have mentioned here. Now, what is the total profit that I am earning out of by doing this, selling this at the higher price and the lower price? So I'll have to put that in a formula again. So I start with 60 books at $50, close the bracket, plus 40 books at $20, close the bracket again. And this is my total profit that I am earning by selling in this way. Now, what if I decide that I understand that now I'm selling the 60% of the books at highest price, but later on I decided if I increase the percentage of the books that I sell at a higher price to 70% or 80% or 90%, how is it going to look like? Or what is the profit that I'm going to earn? What I'll do is I can use a scenario manager to do that. I go to what if analysis and click on scenario manager. There is an option to add the scenario. So I can click on that add option. Once I click on add, it will ask me for a scenario name. So let's put the scenario name as highest to 60%. We are leaving it at 60%. For now, what are we going to change? That means what is that is going to change? Our percentage of the books sold at a higher price, which is in B4. Okay, so I click on OK now. Once I click on OK, enter a value for each of the changing cell. That means what will be the value that is going to change, which is in the B4. So B4 has a percentage, which is 60%. 60% in the sense the value is 0.6. So 0.6 because, so if you do 60 divided by 100, it would be 0.6. That's the reason I'm putting the value as 0.6. I click on OK. And then this is where I come to 60%. But we also already have the data for 60%. Let's put the data for 70%. So I put highest 70%. And then again the same data in the B4. I click on OK. This time I'll have to put 0.7. Click on OK. Again, I add one more. Why? Because I have more percentages that I'm looking at now, 80%. I click on OK. It is 0.8. I have three scenarios. Let me add one more, which will be highest 90% and 0.9. Now that I have come here, what I can do is now I can check for each one of them. There is a formula in here. As soon as I select which one I want to check, if I sell at 70%, what will be the answer or what will be the profit that I get? For that, I can just select the 70% data, click on show. You will see that the data is now changed. The highest price of the book sold at high price is 70 and the total profit is now 4,100. Similarly, if I do to 90 and click on show, it will show me the 90% highest price value. This is how your data will work in case of scenario managers. If I do a summary, click OK, it will open a new worksheet, and in the worksheet you will see the current value which is there on that cell, which you can see it is now 90%, and so it is showing that. But it will also show you the other percentages that we had decided, which is 60, 70, 80, 90. You can actually click on summary and you can get this data in a tabular format where you can see the data in the format that you wanted. So you can now decide if it is 80% or 90% that you want to sell your books at. This is how your scenario managers work. Let's move and see to the next one. We have already seen the goal seek and the data tables. How is the duplicate removals work? On an Excel sheet, if you have a duplicate value in any of your cells, for example, let's go to one of the values that I can see here. There is a way to remove the duplicates and there is one way to highlight the duplicate. We have already seen in the conditional formatting how to highlight duplicates. We select the whole cell, highlight cell rules, and then click on duplicate values. All the duplicate values will be selected here. Now this was only to highlight the duplicates. If I want to remove the duplicate, I can click on data. Under data in the data tools group, I can see remove duplicates. I can click on remove duplicates. It will select the whole table that you have on the list. You can either select the whole table or deselect and select only the ones which you want to remove duplicates from. If you select the whole table, it will check if both the data is the same. For example, in the first scenario, which is A2 has Mehta and A7 has Mehta. As per this column, this both are duplicate. However, if you see the data corresponding to it, it is Vedika, second one has Dhara. So if you select both of them together, like say I go to remove duplicates, I select both the cells, column B and the employee full name, which is these two lists. It will check if both the data is same. That means Mehta Vedika and this is also Mehta Vedika. Only then it will delete those duplicates. If they are not same, it will not delete. So if you want to delete duplicates depending on the data in column A, which is employee full name, then you will only select employee full name and click on OK. It will remove the duplicates and it will tell you that all the duplicates have been removed. It will remove the duplicates from the next corresponding value as well. This is how your remove duplicates work in the Excel. Now there are some demos that you can go through to understand or practice. Data sanitization through Excel. What is data sanitization? You are trying to make it look better and even work on it in such a way that your data looks better and you are able to get the desired results. So the first thing that we are going to see in the data sanitization is a sorting. Any data that you have in the list can be sorted as per your requirement. So for example, if you ever go to a departmental store, every department has different kinds of product. Like the grocery department will have all the grocery items, vegetables, pulses, and but out of that also the pulses will be in one section, vegetables will be in one section, fruits will be in another section. Similarly, Excel also does the same thing. When you do the sort, it will divide itself depending on where it should sit together. So one group will come together. For example, if I click on sort for this data and then I sort as per the employee full name, it will look at where each one of them sit. So you will see that A's will come together, B's will come together, C's and D's will come together. Accordingly, they all will be sorted. To see a better example that we have on our list is, I have the list of the employees' names with their department and their region that is being given in the list. I have this list here where I have employee code, first name, last name, department. If I want to sort the data as per the region, I can go to data, click on sort, and then I can select from the list which data I want to sort it through. So sort by, I say region and A to Z, that means your alphabetical order. So I click on OK, it will sort as per the region. So all the east will be together, all the north will be together, then your west, then your south. This is how your data will be sorted as per the request. Next is in the list is the filter. How does the filter work? So you will see in the data, you must have seen this a lot of time, that in the data you have this filter option. When you click on that filter option, a filter be applied to your data. There is a kind of a drop down from which you can select the data that you're looking for. So for example, If I'm looking to get only the data for the particular department, say I'm looking to filter the data as per department sales. So I can go to department and then click on sales or type sales in the box which is given to me. This way you will be able to filter the data. Now if I want the data for sales and finance, I can again type the data in the finance and click on add current selection to the filter and click OK. This way I will also get the data for sales and finance together. Other than that, there are other things that you can do with the filter is one is called something called as a custom filter. Custom filter works when you click on any of the data drop downs that you can see. Under the drop down, you will see something called as a text filter. Under text filter, you have the custom filter. Custom filter will work when you have the data something like if you want to have data similar to saying greater than, equal to, less than, and those kind of information, which is more useful in case of the numbers. So let's go to the salary column and try the number filter. Greater than, say I want to know the salary employees, I want to filter the employee names as per their salary information. So for example, I need to know all the employees or filter only employees earning salary more than 10,000. So I select is greater than and I want salary who's less than 20,000. In the less than column, I would enter 20,000. So I have selected two different cells. One was the greater than because I'm looking for more than 10,000. And the next one is less than 20,000. So I'm saying it should be more than 10,000, but it should be less than 20,000. I click on OK. Only the salary column that contains more than 10,000 value and less than 20,000 will be displayed in this list or will be filtered accordingly. This is how your data can be filtered. Let's move on to the next one. Wrap text wraps the text which extends beyond the cell or the boundary. For example, I had an example on my sheet like this one. So I have a scenario manager sheet here wherein I have entered some data in one of the cells. If I enter some data in this cell, you can see that the data in this cell is hidden. Why? Because the cell value is going beyond the length of the cell or the width of the cell. So how do you ensure that you can see this data clearly? You can go to home and under home you'll see something called as under the alignment group you will see something called as wrap text. As soon as you do wrap text, it automatically wraps itself in that same cells, makes the row a little bigger so that you can see the whole data in that same cell. Moving to the next one is your merge cell. What is merge cell? Looking at the same example, here I have wrapped the text, but you can see that the data has become a little bigger. Now, this question is applicable to this whole data. If I don't want to show that in one cell, I can make it in two or three different cells together so that becomes this row will be a little smaller and you will be able to see it together. So I can merge these three cells together. Now what happens is the data is still visible with a smaller row height and you have merged the cell. So that means you have made three cells into one. This is how you can merge your cell. Again, the demo has been given. What is the next one is you're inserting a comment in the cell. So for example, like we saw in the data validation, how you can insert a comment in the data validation, you can normally insert a comment in the cell. So yeah, I want to say that this is the unit price of a book. So I can just click on insert comment. As soon as I do that, I will get this pop-up box where I can say unit price of a book. And I press anywhere outside. As soon as I go back to that cell, just mouse over that cell, it will give me the cell data. If I want to just edit that comment, I can click on edit comment and then make the changes as per the requirement. If I now want to delete the comment, I can right click and delete the comment. This is how your comments work. Moving on to the next one, insert shapes. Depending on your requirement, you sometimes will need to insert the shapes on your Excel sheet. There are different types of shapes that you can use. You're under the insert command, under the illustrations group, you will see something called as shapes. Under shapes, you have this arrow, square boxes, round, circle, even the block arrows. All these information can be used. The callouts are there, which you can use for your advantage. So I can just use this kind of a shapes that you are requiring and then make the changes as per in the shapes. You can add comments, you can add details into that. So for example, if I'm adding a call out, I want to say that this is my unit price. I put a call out. I can change the call out direction like this, enter a comment in there. How would I enter a comment? By right clicking and edit text. This is the price of one unit. See, this is how you can see the call out. So instead of putting that comment, you can also use a call out in there. You can do a lot of things with the shapes. Moving on to the next one is the insert text box. Similar to the shapes, you can also insert a text box. There you will not get any colors and all. It is just the text box. That means you can add a text box and enter your data as per the data that you need. So I put a text box here, I enter the data. It will hide all the grid lines at the back and you will be able to see the text box on your sheet. Now we will move on to see the advanced filter. How does the advanced filter work? Advanced filter is very important scenario. If it is just like the similar to our custom filter, advanced filter also has its benefits and it can work with the more than 2 or 3 conditions that you have on the cell. Where I have my example, I have the employee code details. The first name, last name, department, region has been given to me with the salary information. First thing that I have to do with the advanced filter is to create a criteria range. That means I have to create a criteria table. When I create a criteria table, I have to see what is my criteria. My first criteria is department. So I copy the department heading here. My second criteria is the branch. So I select the branch information here, filtering with the advanced filter. So I have to create the table. But always creating the table, I have to copy the heading of that particular criteria. Once I have selected the heading, now I have to enter what is the criteria. Just ensure that the spelling is correct, otherwise it will give you an incorrect answer. Now I go to data. Under the filter, sort and filter option, there is something called as advanced. Under advanced, I can select two options. First option is the filter the list in place. That means when you filter it, the filter will happen in this table itself. Another option is to copy to another location. First thing I'll do is copy to another location. Once I do that, then it is asking me for the list range. That means which data needs to be filtered. My data needs to be filtered is A1 to H101, which is already selected. Now next one I have to enter is my criteria range. I told you that I have to create a table. Why I have to create a table? Because I have to enter this criteria range here. So to enter the criteria range, I'll select the criteria table that I have created. Now I have to tell Excel, because I said that I want to copy to another location, I'll have to tell Excel that where I need this data to be presented. So I'll select a cell where I want this data and click on OK. All the data which is, or all the rows which fulfills these two criteria will be pasted here. Similarly, I have another example here where I have the list. What is my condition? I have to see first. Advanced filter to display the list of employees in marketing department. So what is my first thing that I have to do? The department. So again, I'll copy the department and put it in this. What is the requirement? What is marketing department? So I'll say MKTG. That is what I have to enter here. Next I have is the South region. So my region is my second criteria. So I select region and the criteria is what? South. Then my third criteria that I can see is I have to see their earnings are salary between 15 to 20,000 and 25 to 10,000. So first thing that I have to enter is the salary. I'll copy that salary because it is easier to copy it. If there is any spelling mistake, it will not give you that answer. Now when I copy and paste it, the salary, the first information that I have to put is more than 15,000, which is very clear. But we have another request here, more than 15,000, but it should be less than 20,000. Just like we did it in our advanced filter, we have to put both. But I cannot put it in the same cell. Hence, I have to put another cell where I say salary again. And in that cell, I'll say less than 20,000. Similarly, I have another request where it says that it is more than 5,000, but less than 10,000. All the other conditions remaining the same. So again, I'll say marketing, I'll say south, and this is my other two conditions. Now I can go back to advanced filter. I select the fill range, copy to another location, select the criteria range as this range, and then where I want to paste it, I'll paste it in another cell, which is say this cell, and click on OK. Now everything that is fulfilling this condition will be pasted here. This is how your advanced filter works in Excel. We are going to start with the statistical functions. The first one is average function. What does the average function do? It's an inbuilt function in Excel that is categorized as statistical function. Average does exactly what it says and works similar to sum. It will return the average value of the given series of numbers in Excel. Let's say we need to identify the average salary paid to the employees in the organization. Where is our salary data? In the H column. So what I'll do is I'll enter the average function followed by the open bracket. In the cell, we need the result. In our case, it is J2. So I start with an equal to, I enter average, open the bracket. Now I'll have to select the range of cell for which I need the average. And in our case, it is the salary column, which is H to H. I close the bracket and press enter. I get the average salary as 15,538. This is the average amount paid to each of the employees in the organization. The next function in our list is the median function. The median function is again a statistical function which returns the median of a given number. What is median? It is the middle number in the set of numbers. That means if I have 10, 12 and 15. So there are three numbers that I have. I have to identify the middle number from this. So is equal to, I'll use the median function here just to identify what is the middle number, and then select the range of cells that has numbers. Close the bracket, enter, it will give me the middle number, which is 12 in our case. It is not the highest, it is not the lowest, but the middle value. The same goes if I want to know what is the middle value in the salary column, I'll use the median function in cell L2. Is equal to median, open the bracket, select our salary column, which is H to H, close the bracket and enter. 15,750 is the middle value of the salary column. Next we're going to see is the mode function. The Excel mode function returns the most frequently occurring numbers in the numeric data set. This function only works with numbers. It will identify amount or the number that occurs maximum time in the range of cells. So for example, here we have the basic salary where I can see the highest number is 49,000, and then there are few employees earning the same salary, but I want to identify which salary is being earned maximum time by the employees. So I can use the mode function as equal to mode, open the bracket. It is only mode. Select mode, open the bracket, and then select H to H column because I want to know from the salary column. Close the bracket. 17,500 is the amount that occurs maximum time in this cell ranges. Moving on to the next one is the standard deviation function. What is a standard deviation? It's a formula is to identify the standard deviation of the set of numbers. The standard deviation function calculates the standard deviation in the sample set of data. Standard deviation is a measure of how much variance there is in a set of numbers compared to the average of the numbers. Standard deviation dot S function is meant to estimate standard deviation in a sample. If the data represents an entire population, use the standard deviation dot P function. So we will look at a standard deviation sheet. Here I have a sample data. So sample of few students have been picked up who have scored a particular number or a particular marks in the different subjects. So we have taken a sample and we have not picked up all the student data. So if we are using it for a sample only, we will use the standard deviation, which is standard deviation dot S. It estimates standard deviation based on the sample, ignores logical value and text in the sample, so it has to be only numbers. Okay, so it's standard deviation dot S when you have a sample data where you just want to identify how much variance is there as compared to the average, you will use the standard deviation dot S. But if you have a full population, that means if you have all the marks of all the students in the school or the college, you will have to use standard deviation dot P, which is also there here. Calculates the standard deviation based on the entire population given as an argument. But here we are using the standard deviation for a sample data. So I select that, and then for which I need a standard deviation, I'll just go and select that particular range. I close the bracket, I press enter. It is giving me 4.89, which is a standard deviation value for that scores. So this is how your standard deviation works. Next function that we are going to see in our list when we are going through our function list is our large function. What does a large function do? Large function returns the nth largest value from the sample. For example, if I go back to my data where I have the salary data or the employee salary list, I have to identify what is the highest salary that I'm paying. I can do it by using the sort and function, but it can be that as of now I have sorted this data, but later on this person has Asha Trivedi has moved to a different department. Director Sheetal Desai has left, and Asha Trivedi has moved into being in the board of directors list. Not only Asha, we have also identified Bharat to move into the board of directors. So now we have two board of directors, but both their salaries will be a little different. Say I will change the board of directors salary to 51,000 for Bharat, and for Asha Trivedi it is about 60,000. So this is the salaries that we have decided for the board of director, which are two board of directors. Now, in this case, if I have to see the first value, first find out what was the largest value in the salary section without changing the two values that I had now. So is equal to large, open the bracket, I'll select the array which is our salary, and K, when I say, what does the K mean? K mean I have to tell which highest number. That means if I want to know the first highest value or the first largest value from the list, I can put the number as 1. But if I don't want to know the first largest, I want to know the second largest salary paid to the employee, I will press number 2. Close the bracket, enter. Now if you see, our largest value is actually 49,000. However, the answer that you get is 24,500. Why? Because we are looking at the second largest value in the range of cells. If I am looking at fifth largest value, I'll put it as 5 and press enter. It will give me the fifth largest value in the set of cells, so which is 22,750. Like in our example where I mentioned that Asha Trivedi is now moving to the board of directors. Let's not remove Sheetal Desai for now. She's still there in the board of directors. We also move Asha Trivedi to the board of directors list, and this time the board of directors salary that I'm moving to is 60,000. So when I say the board of directors salary is 60,000, when I move this salary now and say that which is the first largest salary, the first largest salary will be 60,000. The second largest salary will be 49,000 instead of 24,500. Why? Because now there is even one more larger salary. The first largest salary has become Asha's salary, which is 60,000. Earlier it was 49,000 was the largest. So this way, if you keep on changing anybody else's salary, say I make it to 65,000 just to get a gist of how it works. If you will see that earlier it was 49,000 was the largest. Now the 60,000 has become the largest salary or the second largest salary. Same goes with the small. I am trying to identify what is the smallest salary that I'm paying or the lowest salary that I'm paying to the employee. Now again I have to give the K value. Now K value again, like I said, it will be the value of which smallest number that you want. Is it the first smallest that you want to know? Is it the second smallest that you want to know or the lowest that you want to know? Is it the third that you want to know? So according to what is your requirement, you can put the number there as, say if I put 2, so it will give me the second lowest salary paid to the employees in the organization, which is 7,000. If I make the lowest salary as even more lower, so let's see what is our lowest salary. It is 5,950. Let's make one of them to 5,500. What will happen is now if I go back and see the second lowest salary value, it is now 5,950 because the first has now changed to 5,500. So depending on how your value is, which is your lowest salary, it will automatically calculate and give you that number. So moving on to the next one, which is our Corel. What is Corel? Or it is the correlation, you can say. We can use the correlation function in Excel to find the correlation coefficient between the two variables. I'm sure we have all learned coefficient correlations in our college days when we were doing maths in the college. If you had opted for maths in college, you would have done the correlation coefficient. However, if you're not done it, which is not a big deal, the Excel is already doing it for you. Correlation coefficient formula are used to find out how strong a relationship is between the two data. Like here in our case, the relation between the age and the relation between the glucose level of the person. Is it that the age increases and the glucose level increases, or is it that the age decreases and the glucose level decreases? Or is it that the age increases and glucose level decreases and vice versa? So depending, we are trying to understand what is the relationship. Formula always returns a value between -1 and 1. What is the relationship of -1 and 1? Why is it always giving you in -1 and 1? And how is it bifurcated or split? If your relationship is 1 or close to 1, rather I would say 0 to 1, it would indicate a strong positive relationship. A correlation coefficient of 1 means that for every positive increase in one variable, there is a positive increase of a fixed proportion in the other. For example, shoe sizes go up in perfect correlation with the foot length. So when your foot length increases, your shoe sizes increases. So it's a proper correlation. That is when your one correlation, it is exactly how much your foot sizes increases, your shoe sizes increases. If the correlation coefficient is -1, it indicates a strong negative relationship. A correlation coefficient of -1 means that For every positive increase in one variable, there is a negative decrease of the fixed proportion in the other. For example, the amount of gas in the tank decreases in perfect correlation with the speed. Every time the amount of gas in the tank decreases of your car. So when you're running the car, if you're increasing the speed, your gas keeps on decreasing. Why? Because you're increasing the speed. So the gas is getting used or your fuel is getting used. And that's the reason the fuel is decreasing, but your speed is increasing. So there is a opposite reaction. Fuel decreases, but your speed increases. That's how your coefficient correlationship works if in case of -1. If the result is 0, it indicates no relationship at all. 0 means that for every increase, there isn't a positive or negative decrease. The two just aren't related. Anything that is 0, no relation at all. 1, where there is a positive relation. That means with the increase, the other part will also increase. While with -1, it is the opposite side. With one increase, the other one will decrease. That's the three differences that you will see. Of course, you will not get the result as 1, -1 or 0. It will be in between. So we will try and understand if it is between 0 to 1, then it is a positive one. If it is between -1 to 0, then it is -1. And if it is 0, then it is no relation at all. So let's see an example in our sheet where I have the age considered as the X value, age of the person, and then I have the glucose level of that person as considered as Y. We are just trying to identify what is the relationship between the human age and the glucose level in their body. So if you see the human age, the X level, it says 43, the glucose level goes to 99. 21, the glucose level shows a 65. But does it make sense by just looking at it? Because we can't identify what is the relationship. Is it -1, is it 1, or is it 0? So to identify that, I can use a function called correlation function, which is correl in Excel, in the cell where I need this result. So is equal to correl, open the bracket, and then I will select the different arrays for which I need to identify the relation. So first relation that I have to identify for is the age. So I will see that age against glucose level. So the age is sitting in B2 to B7. So I'll select that as the first array. The second array is C2 to C7. So I select that second array, which is C2 to C7, and close the bracket. Press enter. It is giving me a value as 0.53 if I remove more decimal places that I have. So our answer is 0.53, which is a positive result. That means there is a close relationship between the age and the glucose level. When it is positive, it means that the increase in age does increase the glucose levels in the body. If this was a negative point, then it would have been the other way around. That increase in age reduces the glucose level in the body. So this is how your correlation function works. Let's see another example that we have on a sheet, which is a correlation function. We have the price of the stock A that changes, or the percentage change in the price of stock A. And then we also have S&P 500 weekly change, or the percentage change of S&P 500. The S&P 500 is a stock market index that tracks the stocks of 500 large cap US companies. It represents the stock market's performance by reporting the risk and returns of the biggest companies. So what are we doing here is we are identifying if there is any relationship between the S&P change and the stock A change. So if there is a relationship, they will be able to take a proper decision in the future when they are making some investments. So to start with, I am going to find out the correlation. So I'll do is equal to correl, open the bracket. Now we have two set of data, which is two arrays. So I'll select the first array as this one, which is C5 to C24, comma, the second array will be D5 to D24. I close the bracket, I press enter, you will see that it is very close to 1. So it is 0.89, or rather 0.9. This means that every time there is a 1% increase in the S&P 500, then there is 1% increase in the stock A prices. Similarly, if there is a decrease in the S&P 500, accordingly the stock prices of A will decrease by 1%. That's how the exact correlation is. While in the previous example, there is 0.5 correlation. That means when there is a 1 year increase in the age, 0.5% of increase in the glucose level. So that's how the correlation is identified using the Correl function in MS Excel. Next, we are going to see the charts in Excel. What are charts? When you want to graphically represent some data, it is very difficult to interpret Excel workbooks that contains a lot of data. Charts allow you to illustrate your workbook data graphically, which makes it easy to visualize comparisons and trends. Excel has several different types of charts, allowing you to choose one that best fits your data. In order to use charts effectively, you will need to understand how different charts are used. So we will start with the column charts. So you'll see all these different types of charts. So to start, we'll go back to our example sheet where I have the sheet for column chart. That means there is a data that is already available where I have the data for the region along, or the rather the sales data for each region, which is split into 2 years, which is 2016 and 2017. This data is in millions. So you can see that the Mumbai has done a sales of 65 million in 2016, while it has done the sale of 70 million in 2017. Same goes with London. It has done 55 million in 2016, while in 2017 they have done 65 million. USA, you can see 45 million and 52 million. While if you see Nagpur, you will see that the sales have reduced from 2016 to 17. Here, this is smaller data, so you're able to even identify where it is going wrong and how is it related, how is the comparison done. So instead of doing that, if you want to send it to your management, you can just select this data and create a chart that will show exact comparison on your screen and it will represent it graphically. So how do I do that? I go to insert. In 2016, there is a new option that has come up, which is called as a recommended chart. That means whenever you select any data and then click on insert, it will give you an option as recommended chart where the Excel will recommend you the types of chart that will look good with these kind of data, or rather it will properly represent this data which you are looking at. So I select the data that I want the graph for, and then I go to recommended charts. When I go to recommended charts, you will see that there is the first chart that it is recommending is the column chart. This is your column chart. But as we are now seeing the column chart to start with, or each type of chart, we will start with the column chart for now, and then we'll come back to the recommended charts. So you'll see the first one, the column chart is here given in the icon for 2016. First 2D chart that you can see is the column chart. I click on that and the data is coming next to one another. When is the column chart really useful? The column chart is useful in such kind of datas where there is a comparison required. So column charts use vertical bars to represent data. They can work with many different types of data, but they are most frequently used for comparing information, like in our case 2016 and 17. So I have got this data as column chart and it is comparing between the 2016 and 17. Now looking at this chart, it looks very nice. However, you will see there is something missing, as in when I'm looking at the data for Mumbai, if I don't see this table, I will not be able to identify what is the real sale done by Mumbai. I'll have to mouse over it to get the number. When I mouse over it, it says series 2016 point Mumbai value 65. It gives you all the data. However, if I am just outside this data, I will not be able to see the information on in one go. It just shows which one is the smaller value. In Gujarat, I can see that in 2017 they have done less sale as compared to 2016. But I need the exact number. So for exact number, what I can do is, one way of doing that is I can go and look at it by doing a mouse over it. Another way to do that is to just see it. I can add the data label. How do I add a data label? There are different ways to add a data label. One way to do that is first select where you want to add the data label. Say I want to add the data label for 2016 and 17, both the bars. So I cannot do it together. So what I can do is I can select one at a time by using the left click and then right click on that same data and then click on add data label. Once I do that, it will add those numbers on that data. Secondly, I can do it for 2017 also by selecting it. However, there is another way of doing it. If I now want to delete the data labels, I'll just select and click on delete from my keyboard and it will work. Now, if I do not have the data labels here, I want to add it using this plus sign. It's only available in 2016. When I select the chart, there is an option as a plus sign. I click on plus and I click on data labels. It will automatically add data labels for both the bars. I don't have to select each of the bars. This is how your data labels are added. Now, if you can see, there is a axis Y which is given here, which has some numbers. Why those numbers are there? Because earlier we did not have data labels, and that's the reason we could see with these numbers where our data sits. So just above 60, somewhere between 60 and 70. So I assume that it is 65. So that is how it was showing. However, now that I have the data labels, I will not need this information, or I will not need this access on the left hand side. So how do I remove that access from the left hand side that you can see there? There are again, one way of doing that is going to the design mode, which is after you select the chart, go to design mode and then add, under add chart element, I will see axis, which is the x-axis that we used to call. Another one is the primary vertical axis. Vertical axis is the vertical which is on the left hand side that we were just talking about. This one. This is your primary vertical and this is primary horizontal. So I want to remove the primary vertical. As of now, both are highlighted. That means both are there. I want to remove the primary vertical, so I select that. It just goes away. That's one way of doing it. Easier way or the quickest way to do that is just select the axis. Be very careful that only the axis is selected. You will see that four small ball kind of a thing that comes on the four corners of that axis. Once I select that, I can press delete DEL from my keyboard and it will go away. Third thing that I can see on this chart is the chart title. I have to add a title to this chart. It is already there on the list. I just have to add the title. I select the data there and add the title as sales comparison or sales for 2 years. And in the bracket, I'll put in millions so that they don't get confused that why is it showing as only 50, 40 or whatever. So this is how I can show my data. One more thing that I would recommend doing is removing these grid lines. The grid lines will be more useful when you don't have the data labels because then it gives you where exactly your data sits. With the y-axis, you'll be able to see the number. But when I don't need this grid lines at all. So I'll just select the grid lines and then click on delete on my keyboard. That's one way. Another way to do that is just go to that plus sign and press this grid line. Grid lines are there by default. Now if you see the data, it looks even more cleaner or it looks even more presentable because there is no grid lines at the back. It's all clean. This is how you can tweak your data as per your requirement. This is how your column chart works, but you can do the same thing with the other charts as well. There are other quick things that you can do with the chart is by also changing the chart type if you want to, or changing the data that you have selected. So you have selected this data in order to get this chart. However, I want to change the data. So I can click on that design. Under design, you will see under data, select data. Once I click on that select data, it will give me an option here to change the data range for the chart. So I can click on this data range to change the chart. Very important part that you will see here is switch row or column. So what happens is, as of now, my y-axis only contain the numbers and the x-axis contain the Mumbai, London and everything, and the data which is the colors or the bars which are there, that is 2016 and 17, which is the year is showing in two different bars. Now when I click on this switch row and column, what will happen is all the region which is there will become your color of the bar or different bars, while your 2016 and 17 will come on the x-axis. Let's see how that happens by just clicking on switch rows and columns. Once I do that and click on OK, you will see that 2016 data is showing under the x-axis and all the bars are showing now with the regions. This also can be done. However, in this case, it is a little difficult to identify the or do the comparison between the 2 years. You can do comparison between in 2016, what is the sales that you have done for each region. That kind of a comparison can be done to identify. If you see, Gujarat has done the lowest sale in 2016, while again in 2017 Hyderabad has done the lowest sale. So this kind of comparison can also be done, but depending on what kind of a comparison you're looking at, you can always click on switch row and column. You can also use this button to switch row and column. Otherwise, you can click on select data and then use this information. This is how your charts will work in Excel and how you can add new data into your data labels, how you can format your data using the different data sets under design. Moving on to the next chart, our next chart in the list is the line chart. Line charts are ideal for showing trends. Like you have in our list, I have the number of days and the temperature that is changing as per the number of days on day one. So we are trying to say maybe in December. So in USA, we have this days. If you are trying to see that on day 1 of December, if I start with day 1, what was the temperature and how is it going up or is it going down? So that kind of information, if I'm trying to identify, I can use the line chart because the line chart will give me a kind of a trend on different days. So how do I create a line chart? When we have the data where we have to show the trend in a particular time frame, that time we are going to show it as in the line chart. Like for example, in our sheet, we have the days from day 1 to day 6, identifying what is the temperature like in these days. So we have a trend, like in this first day it is 43, the next day is 53, third day it is 50, then fourth day it again goes up by 57, fifth day it going up 59, and then sixth day again it is 67. We're just showing a trend of the data. In that case, I'm going to use the line chart. So I'll use the line chart by selecting the data. It is giving me the line and it's showing you how it is going up. So it starts with the day 1, it is lower, then it goes higher and then it keeps on going higher, higher, higher. Only in the day 3, it dips a little down, but it keeps on going after that. This is how your line chart works. So whenever you have this kind of a data where you have to show a trend, we are going to use the line chart. What is the next one? The next one is a pie chart. Pie chart make it easy to compare proportion. Each value is shown as a slice of a pie. So it's easy to see which value makes up for the percentage of the whole. So for example, I have this book type, which are the book types that is being sold by the bookstore, which is the classic, mystery, romance, science fiction, and spiritual. The revenue that is generated out of these books are also listed here. For classic, it is $18,500. By mystery, it is 78,970, and so on and so forth. I'm trying to identify what is the total revenue that I have generated, which book type is giving me the maximum revenue, while which book type is giving me the lowest revenue. To do that, I can use a pie chart because it's going to give me the part of a pie. Like here, you will see that the orange part is actually the mystery part. Mystery is being sold maximum time part of the time, and the revenue is also generated. Now, similarly, like we did it for the column chart, you can also use the data tables in the pie chart as well. How do we use the data tables in pie chart? By again using that plus sign on the right hand side or just right clicking and selecting the add data label. As of now, we'll use the plus sign and click on the data labels. Once I do that, the data labels will be added on the list. Now in this case, the numbers are being added. However, I also want to add the chart title. The chart title is also already mentioned as the revenues. So we can leave it as it is. If you need to change that, you can always double click inside and start changing the name of the chart as well, or the chart title. In the data labels that we have added, you will see that only the numbers have been added. I have to check which color belongs to which in order to see where does the highest number land. So if only 5 different lists, so that is fine. So if there are about 10 to 12 lists and you want to see which one belongs to which, it is a little difficult to identify that. So what I can do is I can add the chart labels on each of them, like a data labels. I can also add the labels on each one of them to identify how does that look. So how can I do that? By going to the data labels in the add chart elements and then click on more data labels option. As soon as I do that, a new window or a new level has opened up on the right hand side. I can select the category name. What will happen is as soon as I select the category name, it automatically gives me the category name in the list. Now the category name you can see is separated by a comma and it is coming next to each other. If you want to change the separator, you can use any of these as a separator. I can use new line. So what will happen is the number will go in the new line. So it looks a little better. Again, like the earlier one where we removed the x-axis, in this case, now we have added the names on the chart itself. So I can remove these legends from the bottom. So it looks a little cleaner. Now I can even make this a little bigger because we have enough space to make it bigger as I have removed the legends from the bottom. So this is how your pie chart will look. Moving on to the next one. Well, the next one is a bar chart. Bar chart works just like the column chart, but they use the horizontal bars instead of the vertical bars. Where is it useful? But it is useful in the data where you have the bigger names of the headings, like in this case. Yes, the inbound marketing demonstration demonstrator ROI. If I insert the normal column chart like this, now your the data is smaller, so it is just giving you in that same line. However, if you have a bigger data, or even it will look better if you have the bar charts, which is shown in the horizontal level like this, because you can clearly read the headings here on the left hand side and your bar charts goes on the right. Again, removing the grid lines, adding the data labels will remain the same. Moving on to the next one, that is the surface chart. What is a surface chart and how is it useful? Surface charts are useful when you want to find the optimum combination between two sets of data. Like in our list, we have the marketing, finance, and effort, and they are which field is used or which department is used to get these details, like recruitment, how much you have to recruit in these three departments, which is the financial, marketing, and the effort. How much contribution is of the environment in the financial, marketing, and the effort, how much assets are there in the financial, marketing, and the effort, and the building, how much is there, and the expenses that has been formed a part of these three departments. So if I want to know these, so I'm trying to combine the recruitment part, I'm trying to identify the combination of marketing, finance, and effort, how much recruitment has been done in the combination of all three. In this kind of a situation, I'll be using the surface chart. So how do I use the surface chart? Where is it located? Again, if I go to recommended chart also, I'll be able to see the surface chart under recommended charts. Under recommended charts, there is a tab called all charts. I can select that, go to surface. Here I'll get that option of 3D surface. I click on OK, you will be able to see the surface chart here. So it gives you the effort, marketing, and finance. So you will see that the combination of the recruitment here, which is this part, is showing your total recruitment done for all the three departments. Same goes with environment, how much environment is affected due to finance, marketing, and effort, asset that has been used by these three departments, and so on and so forth. So how we are adding the values to this. So this is how it shows. You can again remove the grid lines if you want from this list so that it looks a little better. And it also gives a number as 0 to 200 as blue, which is this part, because the 200 only is affected. When I say 0 to 200, this is the effort is 159. That's the reason it is showing as 0 to 200. The second one is marketing, 200 to 400, which is 345 in case of finance. So that's a bit little bigger. It is showing your orange one. The next one is actually your gray, which is 400 to 600, which has got a little even bigger. So this is how your data is identified by using the surface chart. Moving on to the next one. So we have learned how the charts work in Excel and how you can make a little bit changes in order to identify the best chart that fits into it. You can also use the change chart type option to change a particular chart. So if you think that the surface chart is not fitting into this, you can select the chart and click on change chart and then use one of these recommended charts from the list. This is how we learned the charts today. Let's move on to the next one, which is the pivot tables. What is the pivot table and how is it useful in your day-to-day life? Many people have the idea that building a pivot table is complicated and time consuming, but it's simply not true. Compared to the time it would take you to build an equivalent report manually, pivot tables are incredibly fast. If you have well organized source data, you can create a pivot table in less than a minute. So let's see how you can do that. First of all, I have a sheet with all the data information there. Like in our sheet, I have the list of employee code, their names, so department, region, branch, and their salary information. I am going to create a pivot table in order to show the different departments' salary, how much salary are we paying to different departments. However, before I do that, I'll have to show you how to create a pivot table. To create a pivot table, I first will go to the database for which I need to create the pivot table. So I go to the database, I click on insert. After I click on insert, there is an option called pivot table. I click on pivot table. A new window will pop up. In the pivot table wizard, I have to select the table or the range for which the pivot table is to be created. So I select range A1 to H101. The next one that I have to select is either the new sheet or the existing sheet. New sheet, that means when I click new sheet and click on OK, it will automatically create a new sheet in the existing workbook. and the pivot table will be placed in that new sheet. However, if I click on existing worksheet, I have to give a new location. That means the sheets that I already have on the workbook, from that sheet, which cell do I need the pivot to be placed? Hence, I will click on the location and select the location that I need the pivot table on. I can select from any of the existing sheet that I have on the workbook. However, this time I'm going to use a new worksheet and click on OK. This will create a new Excel sheet for me just before the Excel sheet that I was working on currently. So it is now creating that Excel sheet. Once the Excel sheet is created, on that sheet you will see the pivot table wizard is already available, or a blank space where it will show you the pivot table number. And on the right hand side, you can already see the pivot table fields that are shown. Under the pivot table fields, all the headings which were there in the database have already occurred here, like employee code, first name, last name, department, region, branch, hire date, and the basic salary. So everything is already showing here. Now, before we start with the pivot table, we need to understand these 4 fields that are there on the pivot table. So every field has its importance. So let's start with the values area, which is this one. The values area is the large rectangular area below to the right of the column and the row heading. The values area calculates and counts data. That means anything that you enter here, it will give you the calculation of that value. For example, if I pick salary, which I drag and put it on the values column, it will automatically give me the sum of the salary. You can see it says sum of basic salary. That means the total salary that has been paid. You can change this to any other field. For example, if I click on this and click on value field setting, I can then give other calculations, right? Count, average, max, min, standard deviation, anything that I need in this field, I can select and give that option. If I don't want the sum of the salary, I just need to know the count. Can click on count and it will give me the count of that cells which has the salaries. So I click on sum for now. The data field that you drag and drop here are typically those that you want to measure. Fields such as sum of revenue, count of units, or average of price. Row area, which is this part. Placing a data field in the row area displays the unique value from that field down the rows on the left side of the pivot table. That means because I said that I want to do it at the department, when I drag it to the rows, it will pick up all the unique values. So even if admin is coming 10 times in our database, like admin comes a lot of times here, it will only show once in the pivot table. Same goes with CCD, same goes with the director. What does that mean? It will group all the admin together. Then it will sum the salary of admin, the next cell where I have done the values, and it will give me the answer here. So it will giving me the salary for only for admin, then for CCD, then for director, finance, marketing, personnel, R&D, and sales. This is how your database will look if you put the data into the rows area. Next is the column area. The column area is composed of headings that stretch across the top of the column, which is this. So if you want to give a heading other than this, if you want things like region to be shown in the column. If I put column, what will happen is now it will show me the east, west, north, south. It will be split as per the east, west, north, south in the column, and it is kind of heading that is given on the top. Like for east and admin, this is the total salary. This is how it is giving you the split. Next one is the filter column or the filter area. Filter area is an optional set of one or more drop-down list at the top of the pivot table. Here the filter area contains the region field. The pivot table is set to show all the region like this. If I put it on the top here, it is actually an optional area, but it will only show me the region on the top. Then it will not show in the column. The filter area allows you to easily apply filters to the pivot table. For example, if I leave my region here and try to put a branch in the filters column, I can select which branch I need the data for. For example, if I need only for Ambala, I can click on Ambala and click OK. It will only give me data for Ambala. Same way, if I select the rest of the other data, it will give me the list for other. If I want more than one data, I'll just click on select multiple items and I can select 2, 3 at a time and then it will be filtered as per the branch and give me the rest of the data. This is how your pivot table actually works. Like I said, you can use these value field settings to get the other calculations to be done with this value field setting. This is how your data or the pivot table works. Now, this was a simple part of the pivot table. If you ever want to sort on the pivot table, let me first remove the region to make it look easier. So to understanding will be more easier. I'm removing the branch from the filters as well. I'm just leaving the department and the sum of the basic salary. Now what I'm trying to do is I'm going to filter as per the salary. So I want to understand which department I'm giving the maximum salary. I select the salary column, or I just click or keep my cursor in the salary column. I go to data, and the same way as we do the sort, I'll just click on sort there. Once I do that, it will give me a wizard where I have to select whether you have to sort as per smallest to largest or largest to smallest. I will do is largest to smallest, and I can see that in the sales department I am giving the maximum salary, which is 3,45,075. So this is how your sort works in the pivot table. So there are other things that you can also use in the pivot table which are really important that we are going to see here. There is something called as a slicer in pivot table. What is slicer in pivot table and how does that work? When you go to analyze data, there is an option called as insert slicer. If you are anywhere outside the pivot, you're not keeping your cursor in the pivot, you will not be able to see the analyze button. To go to the analyze button, you have to click on the pivot table and then click on analyze. Once you click on analyze, there will be an option called as insert slicer. Now, insert slicer in the sense it's a kind of filtering of data. So the same way, similarly, like I did it for putting the branch on the top or the region on the top where I could filter the data, I can use the slicer to filter this data. So if I click on slicer and select which field I want to filter it with, like if I want to filter it with the hire date, I can select an hire date and click OK. Now it will give me a slicer or the list of hire dates which I can select from. So if I select only this hire date, it will automatically give me data for only the employees who have been hired on this particular date. So this is how your slicer works. However, now you can see that in the slicer, okay, I can only select one data or one date at a time. But if I want to select more dates, then there is this something called as multi-select, which is on the top right hand corner. This is only available in 2016 version. So when I click on multi-select, it will give me options to select multiple dates at a time in the slicer. So it is not necessary that you have to only do the dates. You can also add some more information other than just the dates. Click on analyze, I go to slicer again, and now I can select anything else that I want. Now department is already there. I can select maybe branch this time. So it will give me another slicer. So you can see the another slicer which is there here. So there are two slicers now. So not necessary that you have to only work with one slicer. You can work with two slicers or multiple slicers. I select Calcutta and Darjeeling and it gives me data for the Calcutta and Darjeeling for these two dates only. If I select one more date, it will give me data for Calcutta, Darjeeling for these three dates. So the slicers can be multiple slicers on the list and it will give you information as per your requirement. How to create a chart from the pivot table. And it also looks the same as a normal chart. So when I click on the database where I want to create the pivot table from, and I then click on the pivot chart by going to analyze button and then pivot chart, it will automatically create the chart that I want to. Similarly, as we get the column chart in this case, so I click OK. Once I do that, it will automatically create a chart. In the chart, you can, similar to the normal chart, you can give the name as a chart title that we are looking at. Add the data labels by clicking on this plus sign and click on add data or just add data labels. Once you do that, the data labels will be added. All these fields which you can see, sum of basic salary, department, if you don't want to show it on the table because it is a pivot tables chart, it is giving you these information also. If you want to just hide that, you can right click and click on hide all field buttons from chart. It will automatically hide those fields. Now, if I add any additional information, like in this one, you can only see that the sum of the basic salary is given. There is nothing on the row columns. So what I can do is I can also add data in the row. Once I do that, it will automatically update the pivot chart as well and give me the information as per the column also. Now, again, like we did it in our previous one where we had used or changed the chart type by selecting the data and switching the row to column, you can use a similar function here to switch from row to column. So here the data will show in a different way altogether. So as you update your pivot table, your pivot chart also keeps updating. and all the same functionalities that is available in the normal chart is also available in your pivot chart. The only difference is that it is linked to your pivot chart, the other data is linked to your database. That is the only difference. But pivot chart, when you are looking at that, it is very, very useful because your pivot chart is on updating as per the new data that is updated there. Also, you are only giving the information, or you're only requesting the information that you want in the chart, rather than everything coming into the chart and then you selecting which parts you want to display. So that's how your pivot table and the pivot charts work. If they are really, really useful in your day-to-day reporting that you do for your companies, and it will really help you to do that. Now we have also learned how to do the pivot table and how to use the slicers in the pivot table. There is another important part of the slicer is that you can link two pivot tables to the slicer. For example, here I have one pivot table which is splitting the department and giving you the total salaries as per each department. Now I'm creating a new pivot table from the same database. Say I just copy and paste, that will also give me another pivot table. But I do not want department. This time I want to know the salaries given to the employees in different regions. So this is split as per the region. The slicer that I can add here is by clicking any pivot table I can select and then click on analyze and then click on insert slicer. The slicer will be as per the region or the date or the last name, whichever you want to. As of now, I'm selecting the branch and click on OK. Once I click on branch, it will give me the options of the branch with which I can select and analyze the data. But what I need now is I want to link this pivot table, which is a pivot table 2, to pivot table 1. That means when I select Ambala, you will see that only second pivot table has given me the data for Ambala, which is the north region. The first pivot table stays as it is because this slicer is only linked to pivot table 2. I want to link this slicer to both the pivot tables. How can I do that? I will have to click on the slicer, right click on that, then click on report connections. Once I click on report connection, it will give me the list of pivot tables available in your workbook. Now we know that in the sheet 1 we have both the pivot tables. Sheet 10 is not our sheet. So both the pivot tables are in sheet 1. So I'll select both the pivot tables from sheet 1 and click on OK. Once I do that, now when I select Bangalore or one branch, it will automatically give me data for that one branch. Just like that, Cochin, it will be giving me data for that one branch. Same goes with Ambala or Aligarh, and if I select more than one, it will give me all the ones selected and give me data for that 2 or 3 branches that I had selected. So basically what I'm trying to say is you can connect 2 or 3 pivot tables to one slicer so that you will be able to get the filters with one slicer for both the pivot tables. So this is how your pivot table is, or the slicers are useful in case of trying to get the filters for your data.
The next topic that we are going to see today is the data analysis using Excel. So how do you do a data analysis using Excel? So there's something called as the analysis toolpack in Excel through which you can do the data analysis. The analysis toolpack is an Excel add-in program that provides data analysis tools for financial, statistical, and engineering data analysis. To load the data analysis toolpack, you have to execute some steps in Excel. So how do you do that? Let's go to our Excel. On the File tab, I click on the Options. Once I click on the Options, under the Add-ins, select the Analysis Toolpack and click on OK. So when I go to Add-ins, under the Analysis Toolpack that you see here, under the name where you see Add-ins, select the Analysis Toolpack and click on Go button or click on OK button. Once I click on OK button, what happens? It will open the new data for you or the new window for you. Click on Analysis Toolpack and click on Go. Once I click on Go, it will give you that option of Analysis Toolpack, Analysis Toolpack VBA, Euro Currency Tools, and the Solver add-in. I will add the Analysis Toolpack and click on OK. Once I do that, now I will be able to see that under Data, there is something called as Data Analysis added to my ribbon. So you can now click on the data analysis to create your different analysis that you want to do from the list that you have. Now let's see how we can create data analysis using the Excel data that we have. So what do we have here? On our Excel sheet, I have a list of data, like I have the quantity sold, the price of the product, and the advertising. Now this example teaches you how to perform a regression analysis in Excel and how to interpret the summary output. So now in the below data we can see here on the list, the book question is there a relation between the quantity sold and the price in the advertisement? So what is it? Is there a relation between this and the output is? So this is the price and this is the kind of advertisement that we are doing, or this is the amount that we are spending on the advertisement. Is the quantity sold increasing or decreasing, or any relation that we are able to see? So can we predict the quantity sold if we know the price and advertising? So if I know only these two things, can I predict what will be my quantity sold? That is, to do such kind of analysis, we can use this data analysis toolpack. So I go onto the data tab in the analysis group and click on data analysis. Now select the regression from this list and click on OK. Now there is a range that supplies some basic regression statistic. So how do you do this? Now there are two things that we have to give, the input Y range and the input X range. This will always be by default blank, and we have to give the ranges to the Excel. So how do you give the range and how do you decide what should be the range? So the first thing that we'll give to Excel is the Y range. Select the Y range A1 to A8. This is the predictor variable, also called as the dependent variable. So this is something that we have to predict. It is dependent on these two things. We don't know the quantity sold. We are trying to understand what will be the quantity sold if we have the price and the advertising. So your dependent variable will be your Y range, which is your A2 to A8. Second one that you have is the X range. These are the explanatory variables. These are also called as the independent variables. These columns must be adjacent to each other. So whichever you're selecting. So I am selecting C8. These two should be adjacent to each other. Now I have to ensure why I'm taking these two things, because these are my independent variables. That means this two I know and this is dependent, or the quantity sold is dependent on this two. That's the reason the quantity sold is called as a dependent variable, while the price in the advertisement is called as the independent variable. Now we have to check on the labels and click on the output range box and select the where do we need the output. So where do I need the output to be shown? So I click on the output range box and then I click on wherever I need the output. Say I need the output in A11. So I select that, then check on residuals. Now the residuals will not be checked. You will have to check the residuals and click on OK. Once I click on OK, the answer will be displayed in the summary output box here. What does that say? So if you see the results here, you can see that there is a range that supplies some basic regression statistics, including the R square. So what is it doing? It's giving you the basic regression statistics. Regression statistics means we were trying to find the regression, and that's the reason that is what it is giving you. The standard error, the number of observations. Below that information, the regression tool supplies analysis of variance, which is ANOVA, including information about the degrees of freedom. This is called the degrees of freedom, sum of squares, mean square value, the F value, and the significance of F. Now, beneath the ANOVA information, the regression tool supplies the information about the regression line calculated from the data. Now, what is that calculated from the data? So it says that including the coefficient, standard error, that's the same thing that we're looking at, the standard error here. Then you have the t-stat and the probability value for the intercept, as well as the same information for the independent value. So this was for the dependent, this is for the independent value that you can see. Then which is the number of ads. Excel also plots out some of the regression data using the simple scatter chart. So you can also add the scatter chart that you want to according to your detail that you need from this. So this is how your regression analysis works. So this is more of the statistical analysis or the financial analysis that you are planning to do when you are to the financial department using Excel. What is VBA? Full form of the VBA is Visual Basic for Applications. It is a programming language of Excel and other Office programs. It is powerful and sophisticated built-in programming language that allows you to write your own functions or commands in an Excel spreadsheet. These custom functions and commands help you to ease your task, and that's why using VBA you can create your own automated functions. Macros is something which is again related to VBA. So macros are small programs that record the keystrokes as you perform a task in Excel. This will be saved in the Visual Basic module, which is a type of program file. So when you run the macro, it will repeat the keystrokes that are saved in the module and thus repeat your actions. This is why they are great to automate repetitive tasks in Excel. So let's start with to see how does the macro work. So I have the sheet with me where I have some data which is entered on one of the sheets. Sheet is called as a sales data. On that data, I am going to do some formatting on the sheet and we will record that so that we are able to work on that. To start with recording, we need to have a developer tab in your ribbon. For the first time, if you're doing VBA, you will not be able to see the developer tab here. So how we add the developer tab? You can go to the ribbon. Under ribbon, you can right click on that and you will see something called as the customize the ribbon. Once you click on customize the ribbon, you will see on a new wizard, Excel options wizard. On the right hand side, you will see under customize the ribbon main tabs. Under main tabs, you will see all the tabs that are there under the ribbon. In that, you will see something called as developer. Under developer, you will see the box which is unchecked. If you don't have the developer, that means it is unchecked. You have to check that box and click on OK. The developer tab will be added to your Excel sheet. Once you have done that, now you can see that under developer tab, you will have a number of options that you can do with the developer tab. One is using the recording a macro. To start with, in this one, what we are going to learn is how to record a macro. So that means that when you record a macro, it converts or it will save these macros or the keystrokes that you do. Like if I'm going to this cell, I'm going to this cell, I'm changing the format of cell C4. All these will be recorded by the macro in the Visual Basic for application. So that is the programming. So it will convert it into a programming and save it under the module for Visual Basic for application. And then when you rerun it, it will automatically run the whole program or whole macro and do the repetitive things that you have recorded. So let's see what is the VBA window first. So to go to the VBA window, the easier way to do that is go to your developer tab, click on Visual Basic, and this is how your window looks. On the left hand side, the first one is your VBA project window. That means that whatever workbook or whatever worksheet you're working on, your workbook, it will be bifurcated as per first workbook. So if you'll see that your workbook name is mentioned here, we have book 1 as the name. Then under the book 1 name, you will see all the worksheets that are listed in there. So the worksheets are sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. The sheet 1 name that it is sales data. Sheet 2, the name itself is sheet 2. That's how it has been shown here. The next to it, below that, you will see the properties window. The properties window is again part of the Visual Basic window, which also helps to change the formatting of a little bit on the VBA. These are the two windows that you can see in the Visual Basic. To start with, we are going to go back to our sheet. Now, if you're in this window, how can you go back to your sheet, which is your Excel sheet? Okay, of course, you can toggle between your sheets by using the Alt Tab key. However, you don't know how to do that or you can't see that. You can click on this Microsoft Excel view icon that you can see here on the left hand side. You can see the Excel window that you can see. You can just click on that. It will take you back to the Excel sheet that you were working on the Excel sheet for which the VBA is open. Once you go back to your sheet, now we are going to start with the recording. Again, before recording, we need to do one thing is that if you record a macro, you also need to ensure that you are assigning it to a button. So we will see that also how you can assign a macro to a button. To start with, first we will do the recording of a macro. When you're recording, the recording is done in two different ways. One is the absolute referencing and another one is the relative referencing. Now, when we were working on Excel, we all know how does the relative and the absolute referencing work. Absolute referencing is the referencing wherein if as per the keystroke, when I'm recording a macro, if I go to cell C4, every time in the absolute referencing recording, it will every time take you to cell C4. While if I do a relative referencing, it will see where I was sitting earlier and accordingly it will go to that particular cell and pick that cell from the list. We'll explore this while we are recording it so it will become more clearer. Let's start with the recording on our sheet. Sheet you can see this data. To start with this, I will go to the developer, click on record macro. This time I'm going to do an absolute referencing recording. So I will just not click on use relative reference. I'll leave it as it is. By default, it will record as an absolute reference. Under the macro name, I'll start with absolute. Just ensure that you do not give a space in the middle when you're giving a name. So in this case, we are putting only absolute. Next one is your shortcut key. To create a custom keyboard shortcut to use in conjunction with the control key to run the macro,
enter the desired key into the box next to Control plus in the record macro wizard. While doing this, make sure you do not overwrite the existing keyboard shortcuts. Like you cannot enter C here because it is a bad idea, because Control plus C is in command for copying. You cannot overwrite that. If you do not remember all the shortcuts for Excel, you better not put anything next to Control and just click on OK. Once I click on OK, now the recording has started. Now wherever I go, whichever cell I go to, that will get recorded in the macros. So I start by going to cell D7. I color that as yellow. Then I go to C9. I make that bold and underline. Then I go to cell which is column F2F. I right click and I delete. Now I come back to cell C9. Once I have done this, I will now stop recording. Once I click on stop recording, the recording has stopped now. I can go and see what is recorded under my VBA window. How do I go to VBA window? By Alt F11. I click on Alt F11, you will notice that there is a new window that is open up, which is the modules. I click on modules, I'll see a module 1 is added to the list. In the module, you will see on the right hand side, a new macro is added, which is called sub absolute, because we had given the name to the macro as absolute. And then the recording shows as range d7.select, and then it says that it needs to be changed the color to yellow. Then range c9.select, then it makes it bold, then it makes it underline, column F2F select and delete. And now last one it says is range c9.select. That means whatever I have done will exactly show it here. Now what I'll do is, let me copy this data and paste it on this list. What I have done is, whatever I had formatted, now I am getting the original data back to the sheet to see how does our macro run. But before I run the macro again, I will first add a button to the macro so that it will be easier for me to run the macro and not keep on going back to the sheet and run it. What I do is, I will go to my developer tab. Under developer tab, I click on insert. Under insert, you will see active Excel control. I can add a command button from that, which is the first one. I select the command button. A command button is added there. I can change the command button name by going on to this and making it as run absolute. Here I can add a space also, that should not be a problem. So I click on absolute, run absolute. I'm trying to edit the. You can change the name by right clicking on that and going to properties. To give a name to that button, I go to command button object and click on edit. I enter run absolute. Once I've done that, I've given the name to that particular tab. After I give the name to that tab or to that button, now I can assign a macro to this button. How do I assign a macro? I select that, right click on it, and then click on view code. Once I view that code, I can add the module that I have here to that button. I have copied and pasted it into the button under the private sub and end sub. Between that, I'll have to do that. That's one way of doing it, but that is in case if you want to add the command button. Now there is also something called as the another button, which is the button form control. If you do the form control, it automatically gives you an option to add the macro button. So for example, if I go to insert, I click on form button, I select where I need that button. It will automatically ask you whether you want to assign a macro. Under assign macro button window, I will just select which macro I need to assign it to, and then I click on OK. Once I click on OK, then I can change the name to new absolute. I can change the name to anything. Here I have selected the control button. In this one, I had selected the normal button. Normal button is better because you are able to add the assign the macro immediately to that. Once I do this, now I will be able to run the macro by just clicking on this. See, it went to D7, it went to C9, and in the end, it also went to C9. Last, it had to go to the C9 button. So that's how the absolute referencing work. Now, if I want to, I'm just deleting this because we don't need this anymore. All right, let's see that later. So what we can do is, I'm going to now create another button with a relative referencing data. So I'll select this, I go back to the sheet. I go to any other place other than, say I am not in this cell, I go to any other cell, like I'm sitting in this cell and then run the macro, it will still go back to that cell C9. It will color the same cells and then go back to that cell C9. Now I want to record a macro in the relative referencing. So what I do is I record a new macro, click on record macro, same instead of macro, I'll just put as relative. This time I click on OK, and then I'll click on use relative referencing. Before I do that, I'll have to copy and paste this. I have this data here. Now I'm going to record as a relative reference. So I click on record macro. I do relative. I click on OK. And then I'll have to select use relative referencing because this time I'm going to do the relative reference. Same thing. I'll go back to cell D7. I color it as yellow. I go to C9. I make it bold. I make it underline. I go to cell column F to F. I click on delete and then go back to cell C9. Now I'll go to developer tab and stop recording. This time it was a relative reference. So I'll go back to my VBA window. I'll see where the recording is saved under relative. So I can see that active cell offset. If you see that it is offset and those data it is given there. Now let's start looking at how does the relative referencing work. So I'll copy this data and see if how is it giving me the data as. I'll first have to create a new button. How I could do that? By going to developer, insert, I create a new button. This time it is relative, so I'll give the name as relative. Relative, okay. Give the name as relative. So we know which one to run. Now when I'm running the cell, I'll go back to cell this one. Click on, see it has done the exact thing because I have selected the same cell as I had selected when I was running the macro. Now if I'm going anywhere else, say I'm copying this data again. Now I'm not running the macro as per what was already there. This time I'm going to run the macro in such a way, staying somewhere else like any other cell. See what happened. So it did the same thing, but because I had selected a different cell, it went to this cell. It made this cell as yellow and deleted another cell completely, which was not selected. So it would just check which cell I'm sitting under, and accordingly, it will be relatively look for that particular cell which needs to be colored and which needs to be deleted. That's how the relative and the absolute referencing work in two different ways. That's about your macro, how you record it, how you give a button to that macro or assign a macro to that button, and then how do you record a macro with a relative and the absolute referencing. Now let's look at how to debug a code. Sometimes what happens is, what is first of all debugging that we need to know? Now we've already learned how the VBA functions work. How do you record a macro? How does the VBA look when you record a macro? However, as with the case with any code, even the macro code can have defects and macro may not run as you expected. This requires examination of the code to find the defects and correct them. The term that is used for this activity in software development is debugging. VBA editor allows you to pause the execution of the code and perform any required debug task. Following some of the debugging tasks that you can do, which one is stepping through the code. How do you step through the code? I click on this view code and here we are in the code. Another way is also macros. Whichever macro that you were looking at, we're looking at relative, you can click on relative and then click on step into. It will take you to that particular, the first line will be turned as yellow. So you will know that this is the macro that we are talking about. Now when I am on this macro, I want to see which one is running properly or which lines are running properly and which lines are not running properly. So what I can do is I can make this window a little smaller so that I can see how the macro is running and how is it showing on the Excel sheet. So I'm keeping this on the side to side, making this a little bigger, making the properties window a little smaller. Once I have that, now I can also see my Excel sheet. I can also see my VBA screen. So I start by the first one. The first one is already been made yellow. If I click on this button, the whole macro will run together. But I want to see each line by line, how does the macro run? So that if there is an error anywhere, I will know where the error is. So I start with this. It's already yellow. I click on F8 to start with running the macro. As soon as I click on F8, you'll see the yellow which was highlighted first. This part, now it has moved to this part. That means that this line is going to be executed now. So I click on F8, this line is executed. That means it has selected that line. Now I go to F8 again. You'll see that it is copying that data. It is selected the data, color the data. See, it is colored. Now it is going to the next one. You will see that now it is active cell dot offset range A1 dot select. So it is selected active cell dot offset. That means it is going 2 rows down and -1 column behind. Once it has done that, now I'm doing F8. So whenever I'm doing F8, it is automatically keep on executing that data. So if till the time I run F8, till the time it goes till the end, it will keep on giving you that yellow part. Now this is the last thing that it is executed. As soon as I do F8, it has stopped here. You can see that now it is already done. This is how you can debug an macro in the Excel. Now I have a data with me where you can actually debug the macro. What I have done is I have the list of the employees who have given the test for Excel. The Excel test is given in the as per the 10 exercises. I want to create a new sheet, which is a summary sheet where I can put the marks that they have scored in each of this Excel test. For that, I need to a new summary sheet where I can see for exercise 1, I need something like this. Exercise 1, then exercise 2, then exercise 3, and so on and so forth. And then I should be able to enter the marks here. Whatever marks that they have on 10, 5, depending on whatever the marks is. This is how it should show. So I have written a macro, which we will see how does this run on this sheet. So I have written a macro on this. I'm going to first close the previous sheet so that you don't have to go back to this. I come here on the macro. You can see that I have written something here. I'll start by pressing F8. As soon as I press F8, the first part of the Excel will be executed, which is the subsheet name. As soon as I do another F8, it will go to the next line. This is executed. As soon as I pressed sheet.8.name is equal to summary, a new sheet is added and the name of that sheet is summary. Now I click on, it's going to take me to range A1. Then if you see, it says range A 10,48,576 dot select. So it's going to the last cell, which is 10,48,576. Now the next one, if I execute, it will see that if the first cell is empty. If it is empty, then it will select it. And then it will go to the next. So it is running each and every cell. So if you'll see that it keeps on running and giving me the number that I'm looking for. So it will run until all the sheet names are copied and pasted on this cells. Here we end. So your record or your macro is now run. You can debug a macro. If there was an error, it will automatically pop up and say there is an error here. Okay, so for example, anything that you enter here, and if there was an error, it will automatically pop up and tell you, okay, there is an error here. For example, I have a summary sheet. I'll just put a name which is the wrong name so that I know that this is a wrong one. So let me delete and I will start all over again. I go back here. I start with F8. You will see that a new summary sheet is executed. Now it is giving me an error. It says because when I'm doing this, let me start all over again. I'm going back. I'm pressing F8. Okay. This one, it's already created a new sheet. Here, when I'm executing this part of the code, it will give me an error because there is no sheet named sheet 1. Now, if I click on debug, it will take me to the place where there is an error. Even when you're running it, if, for example, if you don't really realize that you have made that mistake, you're not running by F8, you just click on this, it will automatically give you an error saying runtime error 1004. How do you debug? Click on debug. It will take you to that line where the error is. Now, in this case, we have already created that summary sheet is already there, and that's the reason it is giving you that error. So let me start all over again. I click on stop. Now I run again. Here it is giving me an error. Where the error is, it is in this sheet, this part of this code. That's how you can debug a code to understand where the error sits. So you will know that where the actual error is happening. So you don't need to go back and forth every time to understand where the real error is happening. Now you know how it works. That is called as a debugging in your Excel VBA function. Moving on now, there is something called as breakpoint. That's one part of the debugging thing. How do you do a breakpoint is by choosing that data and then so for breakpoint in the sense it will stop at a particular execution. So for example, if I want to give a breakpoint here, say I want a cell to stop executing or the VBA to stop executing the code after this point, which is summary sheet dot select or range A1048576 dot select. After this part should not be executed. So what can I do is either I can click on that and click outside. It will give me a red mark, or I can just go to that part and press F9. go to that particular line which you don't want to be executed, that means that Excel will stop till here. It will select the data till here and then it will not execute the next one. How do we check now? I can just click on run. It will stop here. You'll see that it has stopped here. Why? Because I have given a breakpoint. Because I want to see if the VB code is running fine till here. I want to know where does the issue starts. So I give a breakpoint till here. If I think that the issue doesn't start here, maybe here. So I can give a breakpoint there also by just pressing F9 or by clicking on that part again. That's how the breakpoints have been added to the macro. Now, if I run the whole thing, it will automatically run without the breakpoint because I removed that breakpoint from that list. This is how your VBAs work in Excel, which is a very, very useful tool. But of course, you are learning the macros, which is the recording of a macro and how you can use to your advantage.
Thank you for the great session, Trisha. I hope you guys found it informative. So guys, if you have any queries related to this session, please feel free to comment in the comment section below. Until then, thank you and have a great day.
I hope you have enjoyed listening to this video. Please be kind enough to like it, and you can comment any of your doubts and queries, and we will reply them at the earliest. Do look out for more videos in our playlist and subscribe to Edureka channel to learn more. Happy learning!